Chapter 1061. The whistling wind swept back and forth on the cliff that was filled with sand and wind, causing some of the rocks to be lifted up from the cracked ground and shot in all directions like bullets. Danger! The quick-witted Xia Lulu pressed Wendy down on the ground before the bullet like gravel hit her. Everyone! Get down! Jura shouted, and then she and hubby also got down on the ground. The sorcerers of Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, and Lamia Scale, who were already lying on the ground because of their injuries, did not have to worry about the gravel shooting towards them. They just raised their hands in front of their bodies to block the incoming sand and wind, protecting their faces and eyes. Everyone! Please don't worry. Iya, the only one who was still standing, put on a posture and looked like he was duty-bound. Just leave it to me. After that, Iya jumped out, as if he wanted to block the gravel. However, almost at the same time, a rock bigger than Iye's face suddenly shot out from the sand and smashed into Iye's face with a bang. Man! In a unique catchphrase, Iye's pair of big nostrils once again spurted out blood and flew out like a kite with a broken string. Master Iye! Teacher Iye! Senior Iye! Seeing this scene, Xiang, Lian, and Yi Fan all shed tears. The rest of the people who saw this scene were full of depression. They wanted to laugh but couldn't, they wanted to cry but couldn't. They just felt depressed. Then, everyone turned their gazes to the front. They looked at the sand and dust that had filled the entire cliff and was slowly dissipating. There, the originally hard ground had completely turned into a messy wasteland. There were traces of cracks everywhere, and gravel was scattered everywhere. Only one corner was relatively flat, without any gravel. However, on that flat ground, although there were no gravel, there was a thick layer of stone powder. Obviously, at the epicenter of the collision, the gravel that fell there was shaken into powder and spread all over that area. In the center of the area, there was not a single wound on Noah's body. Only his robes were fluttering in the wind. He stood in the center, looking calmly at the stone wall in front of him. Cough, cough, cough. Brian and Het Ai held on to the stone wall to support their swaying bodies. At this time, Brian and Huey were no longer as unharmed as before. Their entire appearance was extremely disheveled. Not only was half of their faces blackened by a layer of stone dust, but their clothes were also torn in many places. Of course, even if their faces were covered in black, the pale complexion of Brian and Het Ai could still be seen clearly. There were traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, and even their breathing had become rapid. Compared to the time when they were completely annihilated in the beginning, they were simply two extremes. It was obvious that Brian and Het Ai were seriously injured. Beside Brian and Het Ai, Lisa, whose mouth was dyed red with blood, clutched her waist and struggled to get up. Her miserable appearance was not inferior to Brian and Het Ai's at all. Looking at the three sorcerers of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, whether it was Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, or Cat Shelter, there was a faint look of shock in the eyes of the sorcerers. Previously, the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, had defeated most of the magic shooters from the 4 official guilds with a power comparable to that of a ghost. Even Alyssa could not escape defeat. How could the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, be defeated in such a manner by a person who is younger than many of the people here? So strong. Naz was extremely excited as he clenched his fist. Really strong, that guy. Gray could not hide his shock as he whispered. So he's already this strong. So powerful. Lucy secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As expected of someone who even Elusha, Laxas, and the president have to submit to, really. Elusha's eyes flickered, and a gentle expression slowly appeared on her pretty face. You're no longer the child who couldn't even learn magic, Noah. Even Elusha, Naz, Gray, and Lucy had such a reaction, not to mention the rest of the people. That man. Xiang, Lotus, and Ivan looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Is he that strong? You're kidding, right? Shirley also covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. We can't even touch the enemy, I see. Leo's eyes flickered. Is that the person who grew up with Gray? Seeing that Noah did not have the slightest injury on his body, and the 3 Oration Cease magic shooters who were heavily injured and battered, they believed that everyone knew who the final winner was. No. Impossible. Brian had already lost his calm. He clutched his chest and stared at Noah. There are so many of us in the Oration Cease magic shooters, and we can't even take down a kid who's not even 20 years old. The most important thing is money. Hideai's expression also turned ugly. This kind of performance is worthless at all, why? Lisa roared at Noah, extremely unwilling to give up. How can you be faster than me? Faster than you? Noah glanced at Lisa. Don't tell me you think I'll think you're using speed magic. This sentence made Lisa's heart tremble slightly. Your magic doesn't make you faster, it makes your opponent slower. Noah said this as he shook his head. No, it can't even be considered as slowing down your opponent. Your magic is actually reducing the perception of speed of targets within a certain range of you. This way, your opponent will think that you're very fast, but in reality, your speed hasn't increased at all. This was the true form of Lisa's magic. In other words, Lisa was not a user of speed magic, but a user of magic that could reduce the perception of speed of targets within a certain range, causing negative effects on the opponent. And the magic that was used on Noah would be bounced off by Noah's curse resistance. In addition, Noah had a physique that made him immune to all negative effects, so Lisa's magic was naturally ineffective against Noah. Therefore, in Lisa's opinion, Noah's speed was even faster than his. Little did he know, Noah's speed was not below Lisa's, let alone when Lisa's magic was ineffective. Retreat. Brian ordered without hesitation. We're retreating. As someone who had stayed in the Magic Development Bureau for a period of time in the past, he had an amazing knowledge of magic, and he had the mind of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, so he could still distinguish what kind of decision was wise. After realizing that there was no way to defeat Noah, even if Brian was unwilling, he could only retreat. Retreat? Noah's eyes were cold. Can you retreat? After saying this, Noah was about to rush forward, but a voice suddenly sounded. Poison Dragon's Roar. The breath that contained fatal poison was like a purple tornado that fell from the sky, whistling as it fell. However, it did not fall toward Noah, but toward Alusha and the others who were lying on the ground. Noah, who was about to chase in the direction of Brian and the others, changed his expression. Without hesitation, he changed direction and rushed toward the poisonous breath that was falling toward Alusha and the others. Facing the tornado-like poisonous gas, he fiercely threw a punch. Bang! The powerful poisonous fog breath was suddenly blasted apart. Only then did Noah turn around and look in the direction of Brian and the others. There, Brian and the others had already disappeared. Looking at the empty cliff, Noah smacked his lips. Where can you escape to? Chapter 1062. In the depths of the vast sea of trees, at the end of a small stream, there was a cave. The entrance of the cave was covered with fence-like wooden stakes. It looked like there was an altar placed at the entrance of the cave. In fact, this cave was indeed an altar. In fact, this sea of trees was originally inhabited by a group of ancient people. That group was the one who created the magic called Nirvana, in an attempt to lead the entire world to the light, the Nirbit clan. This cave was the place where the Nirbit clan used to worship the god and hold the sacrificial ceremony. After 400 years, the Nirbit clan had long perished. However, this place was like a relic, stubbornly surviving. However, now, this sacrificial ceremony was being held by the sorcerers of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, and was being used as a temporary base. With Huey's help, Lisa lay on the ground and clutched her waist, her face full of pain. Although Huey was also injured, his injury was considered light compared to Lisa's. After all, Lisa withstood the full blow of Noah, who was enhanced by LV, for ability value with the body of an ordinary person. If it was a normal person, they would have died long ago after withstanding such a blow. To be able to withstand such a blow with a normal person's body and not die, it was estimated that only a sorcerer with a decent amount of magic in their body would be able to do so. Of course, after escaping, Lisa's nerves seemed to have relaxed and she completely fainted. Godash. The moment Lisa fainted, Brian seemed to have suffered some kind of impact. He held his head and let out a muffled groan. Taking a closer look, one of the crisscrossing lines on Brian's face had suddenly disappeared at this moment. Ugh! Brian's face turned ugly. Who would have thought that a corner of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, would collapse just like that? In fact, in the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, there were already 2 defeated. However, unlike Lisa who was defeated directly, Angier was captured alive by the enemy. Therefore, only one of the lines on Brian's face disappeared. If Angela had been defeated by someone else, one of the patterns on Brian's face would have disappeared long ago. The reason was naturally because each of the patterns on Brian's face represented an Oration Cease sorcerer. Therefore, every time an Oration Cease fell, one of the lines on Brian's face would disappear until all 6 lines disappeared. When he thought about how one of the famous Oration Cease was captured alive, and the other 3 were defeated by the enemy without suffering any damage, the anger in Brian's heart could not be extinguished. Infuriated, Brian glared at Cobra with a vicious gaze. What did you hear? Originally, if Cobra had participated in the battle and combined the power of 4 of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, then perhaps they would not have fallen to such a state. However, no one knew what Cobra had heard. From the time he was still on the cliff, it was as if he had been having a nightmare, his face full of fear. That kind of fear even made Cobra lose his will to fight against Noah. He could only watch as Brian, Hotep, and Lisa struggled bitterly under Noah's hands, and only made a move at the last moment. Moreover, it was in order to escape. That Noah Dole, what was he hiding that made Cobra so afraid? Hearing Brian's question, Cobra only covered his face, as if he was unwilling to recall what he had heard at that time. He could not help but raise his voice. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. That's right. Cobra did not know anything. It was precisely because he did not know anything that Cobra was so afraid. That voice that came from Noah's heart was like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, like the end of the world. What was it? If he knew the truth, perhaps Cobra would not be so afraid. Instead, when he heard that voice without knowing anything, when Cobra thought about what that voice was, he could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried, and thus fell into deep fear. However, there was also a saying in this world. Some things were blissful not to know. If Cobra really understood what kind of power that voice originated from, then it would not be fear, but despair. You bastard! Brian furiously looked at the terrified Cobra, but a trace of fear also secretly grew in his heart. To be able to make Cobra become like this the moment he heard it, what was Noah hiding? Brian, what should we do next? Hotep looked at Brian weakly. Continue to fight with that kind of guy. That's not a good suggestion, you know. I don't need you to tell me that. Brian's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists. However, it was not easy for me to find out the location of Nirvana from Urudaya in the Devil's Heart. I can see that Nirvana is about to be found and obtain the right to judge light and darkness. How can I give up here? Saying this, Brian seemed to have thought of something and cast his gaze to the side. There, sitting on a blanket floating in the air, Dark Knight, who had been quietly following Brian, was still hugging her arms and sleeping with her head lowered. What's wrong? Hotep noticed this scene and asked in a low voice. Do you want to wake Dark Knight up? Brian hesitated. Dark Knight had always been the trump card hidden by the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease. This trump card, unless it was absolutely necessary, Brian did not want to use it. However, if he did not use it now, could it be that he had to wait until the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, was completely destroyed before using it? Wake Dark Knight up. Brian's face hardened. Let Dark Knight go and kill those guys from Light. Are you sure? Hotep's face was filled with uncertainty and fear as he asked. Even Dark Knight is not that guy's match. That guy doesn't even look like a human anymore. So what? Brian fiercely knocked on the wall. As long as we can get our hands on Nirvana and turn that guy into a resident of darkness, at that time, we will have obtained an even more terrifying trump card. I advise you to give up, Brian. Brian. Cobra couldn't help but call out. Magic is useless against that guy. You should have seen it, right? I don't believe that even the super magic left from ancient times is useless against that guy. Brian coldly looked at Cobra. Moreover, even if it is really useless, at that time, we will turn everyone in the world into residents of darkness and make that guy an enemy of the whole world. No matter how strong he is, he will still fall. Leaving these words behind, Brian seemed to have made up his mind. He gazed in a certain direction outside the cave. You all go and hunt those guys from light. I will go and remove the seal of Nirvana and get it. Seeing Brian's unquestionable expression, Cobra and Hotep looked at each other and then looked at the sleeping Dark Knight. Chaos was inevitable. At the same time, on the messy cliff, Elisha and the others' injuries were finally completely healed under the healing of Avalon. Oh! Naz yelled at the sky. They are really healed. Xiang, Lotus, Ivan, Leo, Shirley, and the others were more or less surprised as they touched their own bodies. After confirming that their injuries were completely healed, they all looked at Noah. You really helped us a lot, Noah. Elisha walked up to Noah and said in a low voice. If it weren't for you, we might have been completely wiped out. At the mention of this, everyone's heart became heavy, and the atmosphere became heavy. Chapter 1063. Fairy Tale. Blue Pegasus. Lamia Scale. In the entire kingdom of Fiori, these three guilds could be said to be one of the strongest guilds in the kingdom of Fiori. And this time, although it couldn't be said that all of their elites had been sent, no matter which guild it was, they had at least sent some decent magic shooters. For example, leaving Lucy aside, Fairy Tale had sent Elisha, who was not far from the realm of one of the top 10 magic shooters, as well as Naz and Gray, who were ranked first in Fairy Tale, excluding the S-rank magic shooters. For example, Xiang, Lotus, and Ivan of Blue Pegasus. Don't look at how they had always been there to act cool and show off. In terms of strength, even if the three of them couldn't be compared to Naz and Gray, they were still much stronger than Lucy. As for Lamia Scale, needless to say, as Gray's senior, Leo was definitely stronger than Gray. Shirley didn't seem to have much of a presence, but she shouldn't be weaker than Lucy, right? But in the end, under such circumstances, a group of magic shooters had joined forces to deal with a single, 6 demon generals, but they were all wiped out by the 6 demon generals. Moreover, Angel wasn't present, Dark Knight had been sleeping all this time, and as the leader, Brian, hadn't made a move until Noah's arrival. The only ones who really made a move were Cobra, Lisa, and Huthead. The three of them had easily taken down the elites of the three guilds, including Elisha. Thus, the strength of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, Sorcerer could be seen at a glance. To put it bluntly, other than Elisha, the rest of them didn't have the strength to face any of the magic shooters of 6 demon generals alone. Even if it was Naz and Gray, it wasn't impossible for them to defeat the magic shooters of 6 demon generals in a one-on-one situation, but it could only be said that their chances of winning were very low. Even if they joined forces, it would still be difficult. Those guys are really too strong. Elisha's pair of beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted. I'm afraid that among us, other than Noah and Mr. Jura, the rest of us would be in danger if they were to face the magic shooters of 6 demon generals, right? Don't joke. Elisha. Naz clenched his fist, with an angry look on his face. Those guys, I will definitely beat them all. The one who's joking is you, Naz. Gray was speechless. If it wasn't for Noah, we would have been completely wiped out by the people of 6 demon generals. You should recognize the reality now, right? That's right. Lucy sighed. Even Elisha wasn't a match for those people, let alone us. I don't care so much. Naz shouted as if he didn't care about anything else. In short, if I don't beat them all, I will never be satisfied. Please calm down. Jura took a step forward and looked around at the people of Fairy Tale. Although it's a bit strange for me to say this, I think that you don't need to feel so much pressure. No matter what, even if we aren't a match for the 6 demon generals, with Mr. Noah here, the problem won't be too big. Hearing Jura's words, the people present also turned their eyes to Noah. They recalled the scene where he single-handedly fought against 3 of the 6 demon generals and completely defeated them without suffering any damage. One by one, they looked at Noah with some reverence. Especially Elisha, Naz, Gray, and Lucy of Fairy Tale, their faces were full of curiosity and bewilderment. The reason was naturally because of Noah's curse resistance. You guy, when did you learn how to make other people's magic ineffective? Gray doubtfully asked Noah. Indeed, your crushing magic also has the power to crush other people's magic, but you didn't use this magic just now. This was also the question in the hearts of Elisha, Naz, Lucy, and the others. The magic that Noah used was a super high-level destruction magic. This matter was known to almost the entire Fairy Tale. Since when did Noah learn another type of magic that could nullify other people's magic? And besides the people of Fairy Tale, the others were also curious about this matter. After all, without magic, a magic shooter would only be a slightly stronger person. If magic was ineffective against Noah, then in the future, any magic shooter who went up against Noah would simply be a nightmare. However, at the same time, everyone felt that it was understandable. Perhaps, only Noah who had this kind of ability had the ability to kill one of the 10 great Saint Magi. Although, in the eyes of others, it was Bio who killed Joseph. Seeing everyone's doubtful and curious look, Noah was a little distressed. How should I explain? Forget it, I'll just choose a half-truth. Actually, that was not magic, but a physique that I obtained. Noah said. Do you still remember what I told you about Aster? Aster? Lucy said uncertainly. I remember you said that the child called Aster was an elf. Elf? Elisha asked doubtfully. What exactly are the so-called elves? You can just treat it as a special star elf. Noah took out the silver dagger from his waist and showed it to everyone. However, unlike the astral elves, the elves can transform into the most suitable equipment for the contractor and provide the user with strength. Astral has the highest level of magic resistance and can eliminate almost all magic. After contracting with Astral, I obtained a physique that can nullify magic. The weakness is that under such circumstances, even healing magic and support magic that are beneficial to me will be nullified. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that it wasn't magic, but a free gift from the contract he had with the so-called elf? That's great. Naz looked at Hubby with envy. Hey, Hubby, why don't you have this ability? Love. Hubby said weakly. Because I'm a cat. A special star elf, an elf? Lucy was also envious. That's great, I also want to contract with such a star elf. However, to be able to nullify all magic, that's quite frightening, Tura exclaimed. Moreover, Sir Noah has not used magic or elves. It seems that our mission this time should be successful. In the beginning, I only came here to be a safeguard, to prevent the alliance from being destroyed. My real purpose is not to suppress the 6 demon generals. Oration cease. Noah shook his head. Now, the 6 demon generals, Oration cease, has already been defeated by me once. I'm afraid that he won't appear so easily again. He might even ignore us and hide in the dark. After obtaining nirvana, he will immediately leave. At that time, we will be in big trouble. Noah's words made everyone's expression become serious. This was not impossible. So, Miss Anger. Noah turned his head and looked at Anger, who had been silent all this time. Can I trouble you to take us to the stronghold of the 6 demon generals, Oration cease? Angier stared at Noah with a gloomy expression. Seeing this, Noah pointed at Iya, who was lying on the ground and being taken care of by Xiang, Lian, and Ivan. His face was full of nosebleeds, which made Angel twitch her mouth. Anger was really unlucky to be captured by Noah. Chapter 1064. In the vast sea of trees, the magic shooters from the 4 major guilds moved forward in groups. They crossed the tall trees as they walked in a certain direction. Looking at the endless sea of trees, everyone's energy and patience were depleted bit by bit. Is it really this direction? Lucy's feet hurt from walking, and she couldn't help but rub her ankle as she complained. We've been walking for more than an hour. If we continue walking, the sky will be dark. Indeed. Elisha raised her head and looked at the gradually darkening sky. It will be dark soon. By then, it will be even more difficult to find the enemy's stronghold. How troublesome. Gray scratched his head and glanced at Angel, who was tightly bound by the chains. He asked Noah, who was holding the other end of the chain. Could it be that this woman is playing tricks? It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, I've already told you the location. Angel looked like she was going to do whatever she wanted. If you don't believe me, then don't go. At this point, Angel twisted her body and said coquettishly to Noah, who was holding the chain. I say, you've already tied me up for so long. Shouldn't you let go of me? Let go of you? Noah pursed his lips. In that case, won't you just run away? Even if I run away, I won't be a threat to you anymore, right? Angel said pitifully. You've already confiscated my celestial key. Without the celestial, I don't have the slightest bit of combat power as a celestial magic shooter. Moreover, I've already told you all the information. To you, I'm already useless. Wouldn't it be a hindrance to have me by your side? Even if that's the case, what do you plan to do if I let you go? Noah said indifferently. Don't forget, to the oration cease, you are now a traitor. If the oration cease finds you without any battle strength, I don't think I need to tell you what will happen to you, right? Allah. And Jia Air revealed a flirtatious smile. Could it be that you're concerned about me? You can think whatever you want, Noah said without turning his head. If you really want to leave, wait until we deal with the 6 demon generals, oration cease, and I will do as you wish. Hearing Noah's words, the smile on Angela's face gradually disappeared. After a while, she spoke in a bored tone. You're such a boring man. While speaking, Naz, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, and a rare serious expression appeared on his face. Everyone, be careful. There are many scents up ahead. Everyone at the scene stopped in their tracks. I smell it too, Wendy, who had been following Noah closely, said nervously. The smell of many people suddenly appeared. It must be the sorcerers from the subordinate guilds brought by the oration cease, right? Elisha's beautiful face tensed up. What do you think? Do you want to fight? Fight? Gray narrowed his eyes. We only have a dozen people here, and there are at least hundreds of thousands of sorcerers on the other side. If we really fight, even if we can win, it will consume a lot of stamina and mana, right? At that time, we won't have any extra energy to deal with the oration cease. Leo turned his head and looked at Tura. Mr. Tura, I also don't agree to fight. Actually, I don't agree either, Tura said calmly. If there are too many opponents, it will consume too much energy and waste too much time. We need to find the oration cease as soon as possible. Then let's take a detour, Shirley suggested. We have 2 dragon slayer sorcerers with very sensitive noses. We should be able to smoothly take a detour around those people. Xiang, Lian, and Yi Fan, who were busy carrying Yi Yi, whose face was covered in blood and who seemed to have fainted, nodded in agreement. However, at this time, Noah raised an objection. We can't take a detour. Everyone was stunned. Only Jia said with a smile. I forgot to tell you that the oration cease stronghold is right in front of us. Immediately, everyone present understood what was going on. Indeed, they couldn't take a detour. This was because everyone's destination was where the sorcerers of the 6 demon generals' subordinate guild were located. In other words, if the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, were there, then not only would they have to deal with 5 powerful archmages who could match Alyssa, but they would also have to fight with hundreds and thousands of archmages. Just what I wanted. Naz seemed to be really excited. See how I'll send all of you flying. After saying that, Naz rushed out. Naz! Lucy cried out in surprise. That idiot! Gray also said angrily. There's no other way. Elisha's eyes narrowed. 2 rays of light flashed in her hands, and she tightly grasped 2 night swords that suddenly appeared. We can only go. Although everyone more or less had a headache, at the same time, they also felt relieved. Tura was right, now was not the time to hesitate. If they hesitated because there were a large number of sorcerers in the Oration Sea stronghold, then it would not be a good thing. Although Naz's behavior was too reckless, it also resolved the hesitation in everyone's heart. This kind of charisma, probably only people like Naz who would fearlessly move forward could have it. Noah suddenly smiled and rushed forward with everyone. After rushing out of the monotonous sea of trees, a vast scene appeared in front of everyone. What appeared in front of everyone was a river. There was a small stream in the river. At the end of the stream, there was a cave with a wooden gate. Around the cave, sorcerers with weapons were patrolling. When they found traces of Noah's group, all of them showed fierce expressions. The people of the regular guild have appeared. Kill! Kill them all! In the next second, the sorcerers with weapons shouted while rushing in the direction of Noah and others. Get out of my way! Naz rushed forward without any hesitation. Don't block my way! A burst of surging flames rose from Naz's body, making him look like a huge fireball as he rushed forward. Naz, whose entire body was burning with flames, charged into the crowd like a chariot. Everywhere he passed, everyone was knocked flying, setting off a burst of flames and dust. The scene could be said to be extremely violent. Maintaining this momentum, Naz ignored the sorcerers and rushed into the cave. That idiot! Gray was about to explode in anger. He actually rushed in alone. Noah also looked at Naz rushing into the cavern and then at the army of high mages rushing over. He suddenly said, "Let's go. I'll take care of these guys. You guys go in and deal with the people inside." What? Everyone was taken aback. That's not right. Lucy said in surprise. We should block the sorcerers here, and you should deal with those guys, right? No, in the face of so many enemies, our physical strength and magic power are limited. Instead, we should deal with the generals. Elisha said calmly. And Noah is not afraid of magic attacks. Even in the face of so many enemies, there's no problem. Leave it to Noah. In addition, those who think they can't deal with the people inside, stay and cover them. Should I really say, as expected of Elisha? After making up her mind, Elisha didn't hesitate and directly rushed in the direction of the cave. Gray, Leo, and Kara's eyes flashed, and they also rushed in. Watching the group leave, Noah glanced at the sorcerers rushing towards him, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a dangerous arc. It's rare to have a chance, let me make a big fuss. Chapter 1065. Stop them. In the cave, a group of miscellaneous soldiers was also guarding. Seeing Elisha, Naz, Gray, Leo, and Kara rushing in, they were startled at first, before fiercely rushing over. But these miscellaneous soldiers simply couldn't stop the rampaging high mage of the Dragon Slayer. Didn't I say? An even more surging flame burned from Nazi's body, illuminating his furious face. Get out of my way. Under Naz's violent roar, the huge fireball-like ball of flames rampaged through the entire cave, knocking away all the miscellaneous soldiers blocking the way, causing heavy collisions and mournful screams to echo as he continued to rush into the depths of the cave. It had to be said that Naz's rampage was more effective than any attack in the limited space of the cave. Those miscellaneous soldiers couldn't stop the violent Naz. For a moment, the entire cave seemed to have sunk into an abyss of fire, becoming extremely chaotic. Elisha, Gray, Leo, and Kara only needed to follow Naz and they would be able to move unimpeded. It didn't take long for everyone to reach the end of the cave. Nazi suddenly stopped and twitched the tip of his nose. Then, he cast his sharp gaze forward. You came. At the end of the cave, there were two silhouettes leaning against the wall. The one who spoke was Cabra, whose entire body was entangled by a huge purple python. I already heard it, fortunately, that monster didn't come over. All this time, only the rich have been able to obtain the final victory. Het AI seemed to be relieved as he looked in the direction of Naz's group and opened his arms as if he was embracing the whole world. It seems that you are destined to be poor. The ones who appeared in the cave were Cabra and Het AI. Seeing that there was only Cabra and Het AI in the depths of the cave, Kara spoke in a deep voice. What about the others? What about the leader of your 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, Brian? The two of us are enough to deal with trash like you. Cabra grinned. As long as that monster is not here, no matter how many of you come, you won't be a match for us. Is that so? Elisha pointed her sword at Cobra. However, no matter how many of you there are, you won't be a match for Noah. And my goal is to defeat Noah. Naz bumped his fists and grinned. Therefore, people like you, I will definitely send them flying. You really have the guts to say that. Cobra's gaze turned fierce. If you can do it, then give it a try, regular guild trash. This job isn't worth anything at all. Het AI was a little disappointed, but he was still full of interest. However, as long as we obtain Nirvana, we will become rich, right? Even Gray and Leo were getting impatient when they heard Het AI talking about money every time he opened his mouth. So long-winded and annoying. After saying that, Naz, Gray, and Leo took the lead and the three of them rushed forward. Seeing this, Elisha, Kara, Cabra, and Het AI's bodies began to emit magic flames. A chaotic battle was about to break out. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the open space outside the cave, a variety of treasures such as sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and so on shot out from the golden ripples like beams of light. They were like overwhelming lasers that shot towards the direction of the magic shooters that were swarming over. Poochie 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 poochie. Along with the sounds of tearing, the bodies of the magic shooters who were charging at the front were directly sliced by the noble artifacts. They fell to the ground amidst a series of screams. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The treasures that shot out from the golden ripples were as fast as lightning. Sometimes they passed through space, cutting through the bodies of the magic shooters, and sometimes they cut through the air, stirring up sharp sounds of breaking through the air as they fell to the ground. Bang 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 bang. The noble artifacts that fell to the ground were like missiles that directly exploded the ground and set off an astonishing fire and impact. The people around the location were all sent flying and crashed into the ground, unable to get up again. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds and thousands of sorcerers were attacked by the noble artifacts that shot towards them. More than half of them fell instantly. No. 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 Ah. For a moment, in the front, the group of sorcerers from the subordinate guilds of the 6 demon generals, one by one, the sorcerers let out terrified cries and mournful wails. Then, in the chaos, one by one, their bodies were ruthlessly cut by the noble artifacts that shot towards them. They fell to the ground. Over time, as they watched their companions fall one after another within a short period of time, the remaining magic shooters were all terrified. However, if one observed carefully, they would definitely discover something. Although the scene was shocking and somewhat bloody, the people who fell to the ground did not suffer any fatal injuries. They only lost the ability to fight. Standing in front of the golden ripples that fluctuated in the space, Noah looked at the gradually decreasing crowd from afar. His face was like an ancient well without any ripples. He only raised one hand, causing the golden ripples around him to shoot out noble artifacts one after another. Along with the sound of the wind, the noble artifacts shot out. In Noah's Gate of Babylon, how many noble artifacts were there? Even Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon could be said to contain thousands of noble artifacts, not to mention Noah's Gate of Babylon. Although Noah's Gate of Babylon only had noble artifacts that could exist in the form of weapons and tools, it did not only contain the original noble artifacts. There were even other noble artifacts that were extensions of the original noble artifacts. The number of noble artifacts of this level could not be said to be endless, but it could be said to be an endless stream. In addition, the Gate of Babylon had the function of automatically recycling noble artifacts. Noah's ammunition was simply inexhaustible. Under such circumstances, how could a group of sorcerers, who could only rely on numbers, be able to do anything to Noah who had opened the Gate of Babylon? Therefore, from the beginning, Noah just stood there motionless, and the whole battle showed an overwhelming one-sided phenomenon. Following Elisha's instructions, Lucy, Shirley, Xiang, Lotus, and Ivan, who had to stay behind to take care of the 6 demon generals, were all shocked on the spot when they saw the scene that could be called a massacre. Only the kind-hearted Wendy seemed to be unable to accept the bloody scene. Her small face was a little pale, but she still looked straight at Noah's back, her eyes full of longing. "Brother Noah, you're really amazing," hubby and Xia Lulu were also on the spot. However, these 2 cats were also dumbfounded at the scene in front of them, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. So, about 3 minutes later, the last sorcerer also fell under Noah's noble artifact rain. Looking at the sorcerers who fell on the ground, the golden ripples behind Noah began to shrink and disappear one by one. It's done. Great. Lucy, Wendy, Shirley, and the 3 sorcerers of the Blue Pegasus all cheered. Just as they were about to approach Noah, they were stopped by Noah, who raised a hand. Slightly raising his eyes, Noah looked in the direction of the surrounding trees, and said faintly, "The guy hiding there has been watching for so long, it's time to come out, right?" As soon as the voice fell, the whole space suddenly fell into a strange silence. Lucy, Wendy, and the others only then reacted. There was actually a person hiding here. The next moment, where Noah's eyes were, a figure finally appeared slowly. Seeing the figure, Angela, who was at the back, narrowed her eyes and cried out in shock. Dark Night? Chapter 1066. Dark Night? And Jia's exclamation reminded everyone present of what had happened. Yes. The person who slowly walked out of the thicket was none other than the last sorcerer of the 6 demon generals, the Oration Cease. He had always been sitting on a blanket suspended in mid-air with his arms crossed and his head lowered in a deep sleep. At this moment, the ace magic shooter named Dark Knight, who was also known as the Oration Cease by Anger, was lazily walking towards them step by step. They didn't know if it was an illusion or not. As the night approached, everyone present felt that the surrounding space had dimmed slightly. It was as if they were shrouded by a pitch-black moonlight. It was quiet and eerie. "You." Angeli's expression was extremely bewildered. "Have you woken up?" "I have just woken up." Dark Knight didn't stop walking. He only turned his deep eye shadow in Angeli's direction and narrowed his eyes. "Did you really betray Father?" "Angeli?" Being stared at by Dark Knight's eyes, Angeli only felt a heavy pressure pressing down on her heart, causing her to involuntarily take a step back. Seeing this, Dark Knight laughed, a laugh that made people's hair stand on end. "When Father woke me up, he told me that I could hunt at will. It seems that you are also in my hunting range, Angeli." Angeli's little face turned pale. In the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, Angel was not afraid of Cobra, Lissa, Hitai, or even Brian. She only had an indescribable fear of the Dark Knight. There was no other reason. This person had always been regarded by Brian as the last resort of the 6 demon generals. Although he had always been with the rest of the 6 demon generals, he had always been in a state of deep sleep, which made him seem extremely mysterious. If it was the rest of the 6 demon generals, Angeli was confident that no matter who it was, even if she couldn't win, she wouldn't lose. But facing Dark Knight, Angeli really didn't know what kind of power this person had. This trace of fear towards Dark Knight came from the mysteriousness and unknown of Dark Knight. Anjali's Star Soul key had been confiscated and she had no means of fighting. If Dark Knight really wanted to kill Anjali, then Anjali definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. Seeing Anjali's pale face, Dark Knight seemed to have lost interest in Anjali. He turned his gaze towards Noah's direction and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a feminine arc. I heard that magic is ineffective against you. Dark Knight didn't even look at the archmages of the 6 demon generals' subordinate guilds who were lying on the ground. Dark Knight was actually more concerned about Noah's constitution than the safety of his companions. And then Noah glanced at Dark Knight. What are you trying to say? No, it's nothing. Dark Knight stopped and spread his hands. I'm just slightly interested in you, who has the same kind of magic. According to the information Anjali revealed, Dark Knight seemed to have some kind of method that could make magic ineffective. Therefore, even if he was in a state of hibernation, this method would still work, making the enemy unable to even touch Dark Knight's hibernation state. In this aspect, Dark Knight was indeed somewhat similar to Noah. But, can you only make magic ineffective? Dark Knight showed Noah an arrogant and feminine smile. My magic can nullify any attack, Lin Li said. After saying this, Dark Knight slowly extended a hand towards Noah's direction. A whirlpool-like magic suddenly fluctuated in his palm. Noah's gaze slightly trembled. Pang! In the next moment, the space where Noah was suddenly filled with a frenzied airflow without any warning. Like an explosion, it exploded and shook in all directions. Noah! Lucy cried out in alarm. Brother Noah! Wendy covered her mouth and almost wanted to rush out. However, at this time, in the frenzied airflow that suddenly exploded like an explosion, Noah's figure suddenly retreated. With a point on the ground, his figure nimbly jumped a few times and steadily landed on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, when everyone saw Noah's situation, they were all speechless. Because, at this moment, Noah's clothes seemed to have been cut by a knife and became tattered. This sorry state made everyone's heart suddenly tremble, and they were all speechless. Whether it was against Brian, Cabra, Hidei, and Lisa of the 6 demon generals, or against the group of magic shooters of the subordinate guilds of the 6 demon generals, Noah had always been invincible, as if even if the sky fell down, he would not be harmed at all, causing everyone to be in awe of Noah's strength. At this time, although Noah did not seem to have suffered any injuries, his sorry state was enough to make everyone worry. See? Dark Knight, who extended a hand towards Noah's direction, laughed arrogantly. Although magic can't be effective against you, I can use magic to distort the airflow, and let the rapidly rotating airflow form a cutting effect on your body. You won't be able to nullify it. This was also the reason why Hidei was able to trap Noah's feet when he softened the ground. This was because Noah could only deflect magic that was used on his body, but he could not nullify magic that was used on the ground to soften it. As for me, not only magic, as long as it's used on me, it will be nullified. Dark Knight looked directly at Noah and pursed her lips. So, you can't win against me. The whole place suddenly became silent. Under everyone's gaze, Noah straightened his body and looked at his tattered coat. He frowned and stretched out his hand to tear his clothes apart. Rip! With the sound of cloth tearing, Noah's upper body was exposed, leaving only a pair of cut pants on his body. Seeing this scene, Wendy and Lucy blushed at the same time. On the other hand, Noah threw away the torn clothes and looked straight at Dark Knight. Are you done talking? Oh. Dark Knight raised her eyebrows. Are you still going to act tough? Act tough? Noah shook his head. No, I just want to tell you that you talk too much. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden ripple suddenly fluctuated in the space around Noah's body, and a spear was ejected from the ripple and shot out. With a faint sound, the spear that was shot out like a beam of light suddenly changed direction when it was about to land on Dark Knight's body. It was as if it was forcefully deflected and shot into the distance. Dark Knight, who only reacted at this time, was slightly shocked. What a fast shot, just now, if the spear had not suddenly changed direction, Dark Knight, who did not even have time to react, would have fallen. Unfortunately, not only can my magic, twist, distort any object, but it can also distort all attacks, including magic. Dark Knight smiled confidently. So, your attack is useless against me. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sword suddenly cut through space and shot in the direction of the Dark Knight. Poochie. With a clear sound of flesh being pierced, the sharp sword that was shot out like a laser directly pierced through Dark Knight's shoulder. It did not lose its momentum and directly carried Dark Knight's body away like an arrow released from a bow, nailing him to a rock. Ah! Dark Knight's screams echoed in the space. Glancing at Dark Knight, who was nailed to the rock, clutching his shoulder and crying out in pain, Noah could not help but laugh. So, you talk too much. No matter what your magic is, as long as you know that it is magic, there are many ways to make you fall. After all, there are also relics used for magic, right? Chapter 1067. It was a spell that could distort anything and deflect all attacks aimed at oneself, twist. It had to be said that the effect of this spell was very powerful, very powerful. If it was used well, even if it could not be said to be invincible, it could at least guarantee that one would not lose in a situation where one could not win. Looking at the level of magic in this world, the twist magic of the Dark Knight was probably at the same level as crushing magic. However, this type of overly powerful magic usually had an irreversible weakness. The weakness of crushing magic was that it was very difficult to control. Even Kildas was unable to control it perfectly. From time to time, he would let crushing magic go out of control and cause all kinds of external damage. Noah, who also learned crushing magic, if he did not put in a lot of effort in controlling magic when he was young, then in the end, he would also not be able to completely control crushing magic. But even so, in order to completely control the shattering magic, Noah had spent a total of 4 years of training. This allowed this invincible magic to become a powerful weapon even after fusing with the Beast Horde incarnation. One could well imagine how powerful it was. The twist magic of the Dark Knight was similar to Noah's crushing magic. One was able to crush everything. The other was able to distort everything. But naturally, it had a weakness. Noah did not know where the weakness of the twist magic of the Dark Knight was. But as long as he knew that it was magic, then he could take out a noble artifact that specialized in magic and had the effect of breaking magic. If he wanted to solve it, it would be very easy. As mentioned before, the magic of this world and the magic of the moon world were basically the same. Although the two were definitely not the same mysterious, since they were both miracles that were driven by magic, then the noble artifact used for magic would be effective. In the end, there was no need to say what happened to the Dark Knight. Moreover, even if the noble artifact used for magic could not break the twist magic, Noah still had Aster. With Aster's curse resistance that was comparable to Noah's, or even above Noah's, it was believed that no matter how strong the twist magic of the Dark Knight was, Aster's elven device would be able to cut it in half. This confirmed Noah's words. There were many ways to make the Dark Knight fall. When Wendy, Lucy, and the others saw that Dark Knight's appearance had intimidated everyone present and even caused Noah, who had always been strong, to become extremely miserable, they thought that Noah had finally met a strong opponent this time. In the end, Dark Knight, the trump card of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, was pierced through by Noah's noble phantasm. Dark Knight was nailed to the rock and cried out in pain. Such extreme ups and downs made Wendy, Lucy, and the others feel as if their hearts were no longer their own. The ups and downs made their hearts beat a lot faster. At this moment, in the cave, a burst of scorching red and a burst of icy blue flashed. Dong! With a dull roar, a figure flew out of the cave and smashed heavily on the ground. His head tilted and he fainted. It was none other than Cabra. Ha! 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 Then, Naz and Gray, who were gasping for breath, staggered out of the cave with bruises all over their bodies. Their faces were full of exhaustion. Behind them, Elisha and Leo also had some bruises on their bodies, but their condition was much better than Naz and Gray. As for Tura, she stood at the back of everyone unscathed. In her hand, she was also carrying Hidei, who had also fainted. Seeing this scene, even an idiot would be able to understand the result of the battle. Naz and Gray both gave a thumbs up to Noah's direction, and a victorious smile appeared on their faces. Even Elisha, Leo, and Tura looked at each other and suddenly smiled. Wendy, Lucy, and the others cheered excitedly. Noah's gaze swept over the fainted Cabra, Hidei, and Angela, who was tightly bound by chains. Then, he glanced at Dark Knight, who had his shoulder pierced through and was nailed to the rock, screaming in pain. He also could not help but smile. At this point, including Lisa, who was defeated by Noah at the beginning, 5 of the members of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, one of the 3 dark guilds of the Baram Alliance, were all defeated. Only one person was left. In the depths of the endless sea of trees, Brian, who was holding the skull staff, was moving unswervingly in one direction. The rest of the members of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, stayed behind to defend against the attacks of the regular guilds, and he himself would go to the location of Nirvana to remove the seal of Nirvana. He would obtain this terrifying magic that could control people's hearts and use it as a weapon to counterattack. This was the plan that Brian had laid out. It was a very simple and effective plan. If possible, Brian did not want to be so passive. The dignified 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, one of the most powerful guilds in the entire continent's dark world, an existence that everyone feared. Now, because of one person's interference, they had fallen into such a sorry state. This was not what Brian wanted to see. But after seeing how powerful Noah was, Brian could no longer believe that the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, could defeat the magic shooters of the regular guilds. If he wanted a complete victory, it was absolutely necessary to obtain Nirvana. But now that Dark Knight has awakened, maybe there is a way to deal with that man. Like Dark Knight, Brian also believed that Noah could only nullify magic, while Dark Knight could nullify all attacks. Their level was one level higher. However, unlike Dark Knight, who thought that he could defeat Noah, Brian believed that Noah and Dark Knight's strength should be at the same level, and it should not be easy to determine the winner. That doesn't matter. Brian's face was gloomy. The only one who can threaten us is that man, the rest are nothing to be afraid of. As long as Dark Knight can delay that man, Cabra and Hidei can take down the rest. Even if they can't, as long as I can obtain Nirvana, then everything will be over. With this thought in mind, Brian was just about to continue forward when an intense impact suddenly assaulted his mind. Goo! Brian could not help but cover his head and let out a muffled groan. At the same time, on Brian's face, on the pitch-black lines that almost covered his entire face, 3 lines slowly faded until they disappeared. This made Brian, who was holding his head, change his expression drastically. Cabra, Hidei, and Dark Knight have all been defeated. Angel had been captured. Cabra, Hidei, Dark Knight, and Lisa had all been defeated. Didn't that mean that other than Brian himself, the rest of the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, had all fallen? Damn it! Brian heavily punched the tree next to him, his face twisted. My 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, was actually so weak? After saying that, Brian raised his head and looked ahead. I will definitely make you all pay. In front of Brian, there was a towering tree that clearly did not fit in with the surroundings. Furthermore, that large tree had a strange color all over its body. Looking at the big tree, Brian laughed maniacally. I've finally found you. After saying this, Brian directly stepped forward, reached out a trembling hand, and pressed it on the tree and the next moment, a gorgeous pillar of light suddenly rose up and shot into the sky. At the front of the cave, Noah, who was watching Elisha's group tie up the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, suddenly felt a strange magic surge from the depths of the forest, causing his heart to tighten. He quickly turned his head and looked into the distance. What is that? Besides Noah, Wendy, who was the first to discover the abnormality, also exclaimed and pointed into the distance, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, the scene of a pillar of light shooting into the sky was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Chapter 1068. Hum. The brilliant beam of light soared into the sky from the center of the sea of trees. It shot directly into the sky, shaking the air and setting off a burst of turbulence, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. What? What is that? Led by Alusha, Naz, Gray, Lucy, Wendy, Xiang, Lotus, Ivan, Leo, Shirley, Tura, Hubby, Shalulu, and Iya, who had just woken up, all looked at the beam of light that soared into the sky. Their faces were full of astonishment. Angel also looked at the beam of light that soared into the sky and murmured as if she was in a dream. Nirvana. Hearing Angel's voice clearly, Noah's eyes fluctuated. Is that Nirvana? In other words, Brian has unlocked the seal of Nirvana. Rumble. Just when everyone present was stunned by the beam of light that soared into the sky, the entire ground suddenly trembled. The degree of tremor could even be compared to a magnitude 10 earthquake. Whoa! A group of magic shooters from the regular guilds were caught off guard and were thrown off their feet. Almost all of them fell to the ground. Not only that, the tremor of the ground became more and more violent. In the end, the ground of the entire sea of trees seemed to have begun to tremble, causing many trees to wail and fall down in bursts of kacha-kacha sounds. Noah, who was trying his best to stabilize his body, suddenly felt it at this moment. There seemed to be something extremely huge underground that was about to break out of the ground and drill out of the ground. Boom! In the next instant, the ground in the sea of trees suddenly exploded with a loud boom, kicking up a large amount of dust and sand, as well as countless pieces of gravel. Violent gales shook the entire sea of trees as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The numerous magic shooters in front of the cave did not even have time to react before they were completely buried by the sand and soil that was stirred up by the violent eruption of the ground. Bang! It was also at this moment that a golden light suddenly flew out from the sand that covered the entire cave. Wherever it passed, the sand that surged like a wave was directly blown away and rushed into the sky. It was an ark that was made of resplendent gold and emerald gemstones. It looked like a beautiful bird. It was the ancient flying machine called Vimanas. Carrying all the sorcerers from Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, Cat Shelter, and even Oration Cease, the golden ark lifted the sand that was buried and rushed into the sky. It only stopped when it reached a high altitude that was not affected by the sand. With one hand on the armrest of the throne, Noah turned his head and looked at the deck of the Vimanas. Are you all okay? On the deck of the Vimanas, everyone was swaying left and right. They were either lying on their stomachs or kneeling. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. If not for Noah taking out the Vimanas at the last moment and carrying everyone and flying into the sky, everyone here would have been buried alive. We are fine. Alusha was the first to recover. She took a deep breath and her expression returned to normal. What happened? Noah didn't say anything. He just left the throne of the Vimanas and went to the front of the hall to look down. Everyone present looked at each other in dismay. Then, one by one, they came to the edge of the deck of the Vimanas and looked down. The scene that entered everyone's eyes made everyone's expression change, and they were all shocked. Rumble. Under the tremors of the ground of the forest ocean, a huge creature squeezed out of the hard mud and rocks and drilled out from the ground. At first glance, that huge creature looked like a giant spider with 8 long legs. As for the 8 legs, they were all connected to a circular plate. It was a circular plate that seemed to be formed by a city. Inside it sat buildings made of stone. It looked like an enormous ancient relic. Naturally, such a giant spider was not a real spider. Its entire body was made of stone. Even the city on it was made of stone. However, it was precisely because of this that the group of sorcerers on the Vimanas were all shocked. What? What is that? Lucy asked in shock. A city? That is the city where the Nelbit tribe used to live. Angela looked at the huge creature and said without blinking. The Nelbit tribe remodeled the city they lived in and created Nirvana. After realizing its danger, they sealed Nirvana together with the city under the forest ocean. In other words, Noah stared at the huge creature that looked like a giant spider. That city is Nirvana. Anjia nodded slowly. Her gaze had long been taken away by the huge city, and she couldn't care about anything else. That was natural. The magic called Nirvana was something that the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, had always been searching for. Now that this thing had finally appeared in front of Anjia, how could she not be distracted by it? At this moment, a maniacal laughter sounded from the center of Nirvana. Finally. It's finally mine. The super reversal magic Nirvana that has the right to judge light and darkness is finally mine. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this voice, everyone finally regained their senses from their shock. Moreover, their hearts sank. The super magic that could reverse light and darkness, and control a person's heart at will in Nirvana. If this magic fell into Brian's hands, it would be a disaster for the entire world. Not to mention other things, as long as Brian used Nirvana, then the guilds that were originally in the regular ranks would completely become the slaves of darkness. They would kill each other and walk towards destruction. At that time, the entire continent would become a slaughterhouse dominated by terror and chaos. Once they thought about how the entire world would become such a terrifying era, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. It became extremely heavy. At this moment, Brian seemed to have noticed Vimanas floating in mid-air and immediately let out a cold laugh. Then, let me use you guys to test the power of Nirvana. After saying this, the gigantic spider-like monster lifted one of its huge rock legs and changed its direction, directly facing Vimanas floating in mid-air. In the next instant, at the front of the gigantic disc that carried the city, a pitch-black hole suddenly opened towards the direction of Vimanas. Suddenly, an astonishing amount of magical energy condensed within, transforming the magical energy into a substantial whirlpool as it unceasingly converged towards the inside. Not good. Gray loudly shouted. It's a magic cannon. As soon as he finished speaking, Brian's voice rang out once again. Disappear. Bugs. Inside the pitch-black hole that was facing Vimanas, an astonishing amount of magic power condensed like a whirlpool. Amidst the vibrations in the air, the magic power transformed into a gigantic beam of fatal light that pierced through the air and shot out. Noah's pupils constricted. He suddenly stretched out his hand and suddenly placed it on the armrest of Vimana's throne. Vimanas, which was floating in mid-air, suddenly trembled, and without any warning, shot out diagonally. The huge beam of light immediately brushed past Vimanas, not far from the space around Vimanas. Under the situation where the temperature in the air rose steeply by a few degrees due to the friction, it landed in the air and shot towards the horizon. Chapter 1069. The gigantic light beam rubbed against the air as it violently shot past the hovering Vimanas. The violent turbulence it stirred up caused the resplendent golden arc to be flung a distance away, causing it to violently sway. Ah! On the deck of the Vimanas, a group of magic shooters with decent strength couldn't help but cry out in alarm. On the violently swaying Vimanas, they lost their balance and fell from side to side, falling into chaos. Noah was also unable to stabilize his body under the violent shaking. He could only hold on to the armrest of the throne and try his best to maintain his balance. He shouted to the people on the deck. Hold on tight. After saying that, under Noah's control, the violently shaking Vimanas shot out 2 jets of light from its back, transforming into a solid propelling force. It flew through the air like a meteor, drawing a perfect arc as it circled behind Nirvana. Ha 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 ha. Brian's loud laughter resounded. What's wrong? Bugs? Do you only know how to run? Like a giant spider, the giant creature suddenly lifted one of its clumsy legs. Who? In the next moment, that clumsy giant leg was like a giant whip that seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth. With an astonishing speed, it streaked across the sky and swept towards Vimanas, who had transformed into a meteor in midair. The size of the Nirvana, which carried an entire city and was transformed from an entire city, was imaginable. If Nirvana was compared to a moving mountain, then the Vimanas would be a small bird resting in a forest on the mountain. Logically speaking, with that kind of body, its movements should be very clumsy. However, Nirvana's movements were only unusually clumsy when it raised its leg. After it raised its leg, the gigantic rock leg was like a wild whip, bringing with it a whistling sound as it swung towards Vimanas, who was in midair. That speed almost made Noah break out in cold sweat. He hurriedly controlled Vimanas at an extremely dangerous angle, sticking close to the edge of the giant rock leg that was whipping towards him, and dodging the attack. "It's useless. It's useless." Brian laughed arrogantly. Under his control, Nirvana continued to twist its body, pointing the dark hole towards the sky. However, just when Noah thought that Brian was going to use Nirvana's magic cannon to shoot again, that dark hole suddenly became like a bloody mouth, producing an invisible suction force, instantly enveloping a large space in the sky. Under that huge suction force, Vimanas, that was flying like a meteor in midair, was actually forcefully pulled in. Its speed gradually slowed down, and it even began to be pulled towards Nirvana. "How about it, Noah Doria?" Brian laughed continuously. "How about I let you become Nirvana's fertilizer?" Hearing Brian's laughter, Noah, who was sitting on the throne of Vimanas, narrowed his eyes. "You want to eat something, right? Then I'll let you eat to your heart's content." As a result, around the Vimanas, golden ripples suddenly appeared, and blades, swords, spears, halberds, and all sorts of treasures were ejected, turning into beams of laser light and shooting out. The treasures named Vimanas were not just a flying ship. As previously mentioned, Vimanas was not only equipped with various treasures, it was also equipped with ancient nuclear warheads and other excellent weapons, which possessed extremely powerful attack power. Suddenly, under the astonishing suction force of Nirvana, the treasures equipped on Vimanas were directly pulled in by the astonishing suction force. Like a stream of light falling from the sky, they pierced through the air and landed on Nirvana's dark hole. Peng 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 peng. In the next moment, a series of terrifying explosions shook the black hole of Nirvana, setting off flames and a storm, exploding open. The suction force from the dark hole suddenly disappeared, allowing Vimanas, which was pulled in by the suction force, to fly straight into the sky. After nimbly sweeping across an arc, it once again shot towards Nirvana. In the golden ripples around Vimanas, brand new treasures emerged from the center of the ripples as if they were water. Once again, they turned into lasers and shot towards Nirvana below. Peng 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 peng. In Nirvana's city, a series of astonishing explosions rang out, causing the huge spider to tremble as if it was struck by lightning. The flying treasures named Vimanas were constantly hovering in the sky above Nirvana, continuously releasing powerful treasures. It was like a fighter jet launching missiles, bombarding Nirvana's city. On the other hand, Nirvana was continuously raising its huge rock legs, which were like tentacles, continuously sweeping towards Vimanas in midair. Unfortunately, under Noah's control, Vimanas was able to dodge the incoming leg whips with a thrilling angle every time. Hovering in mid-air, the fighter jet continuously launched missile-like attacks towards the huge monster below. Waving its tentacle-like leg whips on the ground, it was like a crazy huge monster. That scene was simply like a fighter jet attacking a monster. It was extremely shocking. As time passed, Brian, who had been attacking for a long time, started to get anxious. Could it be that even the ultimate weapon from the ancient times can't deal with a regular guild's little devil? No. Brian's eyes were about to split open. I don't believe it. On the ground, the gigantic spider abruptly halted its whipping motion, as it lifted up the black hole that had been blasted into smithereens. Once again, it aimed towards the Vimanas in the sky. An astonishing amount of magic suddenly condensed in the black hole, stirring up a whirlpool of magic. Seeing this scene, Noah understood. Brian had decided to stake everything on this one throw. Since it's like this, I'll let you and that weapon that should have disappeared in the long river of history disappear together. After saying this sentence, Noah stood up from the throne and slowly walked towards Vimanas's deck. At the same time, a golden ripple appeared around Noah, and a noble artifact was ejected, falling into Noah's hands. At this moment, everyone who was trying their best to hold on to the spaceship were all captivated by the noble artifact. It was a sword. It looked like it was made of gold, but the body of the sword was as bright as silver. The sword's edge was solid gold, and the sword's hilt was deep blue like a gem. Along with the sound of vibrations, a burst of bright light suddenly burst out from the golden holy sword. At this moment, in the sea of trees below, whether it was the ground, the trees, the rivers, or even the cliffs, all of them were emitting a golden light, flying towards the horizon, flying towards the holy sword in Noah's hand, wrapping around the sword's body. Disappear. Below, under Brian's roar, a huge beam of magic burst out from Nirvana, soaring into the sky, directly shooting towards the spaceship in the sky. Looking at the huge beam of light shooting towards him, Noah's eyes flashed. He fiercely raised the holy sword in his hand high above his head, and heavily chopped down. Excalibur. A bright and dazzling beam of light burst out from the spaceship, stirring up a layer of violent wind, like the light of the universe descending from the sky, meeting the beam of light that soared into the sky. In the next moment, the two huge beams of light suddenly collided in midair. Heaven and earth suddenly became quiet. Dong! A deafening boom reverberated through the air, bringing with it a shockwave that was capable of destroying everything. The shockwave spread wildly in the air above the sea of trees. Chapter 1070. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, the shockwave that was mixed with a terrifying force was like an atomic bomb, setting off a terrifying shockwave that swept in all directions. Pa 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 pa. In the sea of trees below, under the terrifying shockwave, the trees in the area closest to the epicenter of the shockwave broke inch by inch, radiating in all directions and falling down one after another. Kacha 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 kacha. In the center of the sea of trees where all the trees were broken, the ground seemed to have been hit by the shockwave. Amidst the hair-raising cracking sounds, the ground cracked like a spider web and spread along the ground. As for the corner of the sky where the shockwave was at, it set off a terrifying wave of fire. The scorching wave of fire swept in all directions along with the shockwave, blowing away the white clouds in the sky. The two huge light beams that collided with each other were in a stalemate for a while, and then the balance was broken. The bright light beam that fell from the sky pressed down on the huge light beam that soared into the sky. Amidst the trembling sound of the space, it was an overwhelming force that pushed down. Not long after, the huge beam of light that soared into the sky was directly crushed, causing the dazzling beam of light to fall from the sky and land on the huge spider-like monster. No! Brian's horrified roar resounded from the center of the spider-like enormous creature. Soon after, he was drowned by the resplendent light beams that descended from the sky along with the enormous city known as Nirvana. Boom! The bright light beam exploded in the vast sea of trees, setting off a terrifying wave of fire that swept across the entire space. In a split second, the temperature of the entire space suddenly rose by a lot. Under the effect of the continuous sweeping, violent shockwave that was like a wave of fire, the ground could not bear the heavy load and collapsed. The trees were directly smashed into pieces and completely turned into ashes. As for the spider-like behemoth, it was gradually incinerated into nothingness by the dazzling light beam, gradually disappearing into nothingness. When the terrifying shockwave gradually calmed down, the wave of fire also slowly disappeared, and all the aftermath calmed down, the shape of the entire sea of trees had changed. The mountains, trees, and the ground were all burning. Rocks, cliffs, and caves all cracked open. A huge crater with scorched marks was located in the center of the sea of trees. Smoke was coming out of it, and pieces of rocks were rolling down. It was as if it was hit by a meteorite. It was truly a shocking sight. In the Vimanas suspended in midair, Elisha, Naz, Gray, Lucy, Wendy, Xiang, Lotus, Ivan, Leo, Shirley, Kara, Hubby, Summer Lulu, Iya, and the rest of the magic shooters looked at the terrifying crater below. Their faces were filled with horror. Especially Angier, who had personally witnessed the nirvana that was transformed from a city being directly annihilated by that terrifying attack just now. Her pretty face turned deathly pale in an instant, and she was extremely terrified. After an unknown amount of time, everyone cast their terrified gazes at Noah, who was standing at the front of the vimanas. Looking at the golden holy sword that was gradually calming down, they were unable to react for a long time. Huff! Noah was the only one who let out a deep breath and gripped the Excalibur tightly in his hand. Even if it was the ultimate weapon that was transformed from a city, so what? The Excalibur noble artifact was a genuine noble artifact that was used to go against cities. It was a terrifying noble phantasm that could destroy a city in one strike. If it was Artoria's Excalibur, in the form of a servant, its power would naturally not reach this level. However, the Excalibur, in Noah's hand, was the real deal. It was a noble phantasm that truly possessed the power to destroy a city. Under the bombardment of the A++ level anti-city relic, even if it was a nirvana that was transformed from a city, it could only be reduced to ashes and ashes. As for Brian, naturally, there would not even be ashes left. Looking down at the huge pit that was completely charred black, Noah said softly, "I'll let you disappear along with the nirvana that you've always dreamed of. You should be satisfied, right?" The sky gradually darkened. In front of the Blue Pegasus Villa, a carriage was preparing to leave. In the carriage, Cobra, Lisa, Hidei, and Anyi were all tied up. They sat in the carriage with gloomy expressions. From time to time, they would turn to look at Noah, who was leaning against the door of the villa with his arms crossed. There was a faint trace of fear in their eyes. Obviously, the four of them were all scared out of their wits by Noah. It was estimated that in this lifetime, in front of Noah, the four of them would not be able to raise their heads, just like how Gadjaloo and Julian's entire guild was destroyed by Noah. Not to mention the four Oration Seas who were Noah's opponents, even the Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale sorcerers cast a faintly discernible look of reverence towards Noah. Among them, there was also Jula, who was one of the top 10 saint sorcerers. With such a powerful sorcerer like Sir Noah in Fairy Tale, it's no wonder that Sir Makarov would often mention you in front of our president. In front of the villa's door, Jula raised his hand towards Noah and bowed like a monk. It seems that in the future, Sir Noah will be one of the top sorcerers in the magic world. Okay, don't praise me anymore. Noah shook his head with a smile and looked at Jula. You really don't need me to send you off. There's no need for that. We'll escort the Oration Sea sorcerers. Once the new council is established, we'll hand them over to the new council to deal with, Dura said in a low voice after hesitating for a moment. Your Excellency Noah, is it really okay to let Angie, the Oration Seas, leave? That person can be considered to have provided us with a lot of information, Noah said faintly. Whether it's for public or private reasons, I should do her a favor and let her go this time. Just treat it as my decision. Since it's Sir Noah's decision, I won't say much. Jula nodded helplessly and then smiled. Please say hello to Sir Makarov for me. Of course. Noah nodded. Then, Jula nodded to the others and walked towards the carriage. Goodbye, Gray. Leo, who was standing in front of the carriage, glanced at Gray and smiled provocatively. Next time we meet, I hope you can become stronger. No matter what, I'm surrounded by a group of people with terrifying strength. Under such an environment, it's impossible not to become stronger. Gray was not to be outdone and retorted. But you, the next time we meet, don't lose to me. Leo curled his lips into a smile and followed Shirley and Turtledove into the carriage. Not long after, the sorcerer of the Lamia Scale gradually disappeared into the distance. We still need to stay and deal with the aftermath. Yi said in a serious tone while twisting a pose that he thought was handsome. After all, in the Sea of Trees, there might still be quite a number of members of the Oration Sea's subordinate guild. These people will be taken care of by the Blue Pegasus. Is this okay? Elusha seemed to be a little apologetic. Don't you need us to stay and help? In this crusade mission, your fairy tale made the biggest contribution. Xiang said jokingly. So, give us a chance to perform. Everyone suddenly laughed. Then, Noah looked around at everyone. Let's go back. Elisha, Naz, Gray, and Lucy all nodded. Only Wendy's eyes began to flicker. Chapter 1071. Noah watched as the group of sorcerers from the Blue Pegasus entered the villa. Just as he was about to take out the Vimanas, he noticed Wendy, who was standing silently at the side. At that moment, Noah's hand paused slightly. Looking at the silent Wendy, he crouched down and knelt on one knee in front of Wendy. What's the matter? Elisha, Naz, Gray, Lucy, and hubby realized that something was wrong with Wendy. What's the matter? Naz asked without rhyme or reason. Is your stomach upset? Everyone present almost fell down. No. No. Wendy retorted weakly. Then, she looked at Noah with a pitiful look as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. Looking at Wendy, Noah didn't say anything. Beside him, Xia Lulu interrupted as if she didn't care. Why don't you just say what you think? Haven't you been looking forward to this moment? Xia Lulu. Wendy turned to look at Xia Lulu and asked hesitantly. You don't object? It's useless to object anyway, isn't it? Xia Lulu turned her head away. You've been looking forward to this moment for 7 years. If you don't say it properly, you may not have another chance next time. Hearing Xia Lulu's words, Wendy couldn't help but clench her small hands in front of her. She raised her eyes and looked at Noah cautiously. Seeing this, Noah wasn't in a hurry. He stared straight at Wendy with a gentle smile on his face. This smile made the timidity in Wendy's heart slowly disappear. Instead, she mustered up her courage. In the next second, Wendy said, That's right. That. I think, looking at Wendy's hesitant appearance, Xia Lulu became impatient. Really, is it that hard to express? Xia Lulu looked at Noah with some displeasure. This child wants to follow you back to fairy tale. This sentence made everyone present stand up in surprise. Come back to fairy tale with me. Noah looked at Wendy in surprise. Is that so? Xia Lulu. Wendy was a little angry. Why are you so direct? Is there any reason that is hard to explain? Xia Lulu said confidently. Isn't this what you've been thinking all along? What are you doing with this guy? Although that is the case. Wendy seemed to be unable to accept it. She nervously and cautiously looked at Noah as she spoke in a mosquito-like voice. I'm afraid that big brother Noah won't agree. I have no reason to be unwilling. Noah smiled bitterly and then frowned. But, if you follow me back to fairy tale, what about cat shelter? You don't have to worry about that. Xia Lulu glanced at Wendy and said. This child, when she joined cat shelter, had already agreed with our guild leader that she would join your guild in the future and be with you. Noah was stunned and looked at Wendy blankly. Is that so? Wendy's face was slightly red as she lowered her head. However, she still looked at Noah with eyes full of hope, silently agreeing with Xia Lulu's words. Noah finally smiled. Noah reached out and patted Wendy's head as he spoke softly. I also want to be with Wendy. Wendy's eyes lit up as she looked at Noah with anticipation and nervousness. Then. Yes. Noah nodded heavily. Let's play fairy tale together. Wendy's expression was completely filled with joy as she nodded without hesitation. She even jumped into Noah's arms and hugged Noah tightly to show the joy in her heart. Seeing this scene, Elisha, Naz, Gray, Lucy and the others looked at each other and all showed a tacit smile. At this point, Wendy joined fairy tale. By the way, even Xia Lulu joined fairy tale. She said that she was worried about Wendy, but in fact, she was just worried about Wendy. After that, Noah first took Wendy to Cat Shelter to bid farewell to the president of Cat Shelter. It seemed that it was really as Xia Lulu said. As early as when she joined Cat Shelter, Wendy had already told the president of Cat Shelter that she would join Fairy Tale with Noah in the future. Therefore, the president of Cat Shelter seemed to have a trace of reluctance and inexplicable complicated feelings towards Wendy's departure, but she still nodded and agreed with a smile. Then, that day, Noah and Wendy stayed in Cat Shelter for a night. That night, Noah and the president of Cat Shelter talked about a lot of things behind Wendy's back. The next day, Noah left Cat Shelter with Wendy and returned to Fairy Tale. Oh, in the hall on the first floor of Fairy Tale, a group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale looked at Wendy, who was standing in the center of the hall, and all of them more or less let out a gasp of surprise. That. Wendy seemed to have mentally prepared herself to be the center of attention. She took a deep breath and bowed to everyone present. I am Wendy Mabel, please take care of me. Wendy. Ruby clapped her hands. What a cute name. A child? Elfman crossed his arms and had a profound look on his face. Aren't you a man? You look quite cute. Kana was holding a wine bottle. While pouring the wine into her mouth, she gave Noah a sly smile in a drunken manner. Recently, you often bring cute little girls back. Could it be that your interest in that area has finally started to develop? Seeing Kana looking at him as if he was a lolicon, Noah rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to explain. Only Mila and Lisanna came out from behind the bar counter and walked up to Wendy. Hey, Wendy-chan. Lisanna squatted in front of Wendy and asked curiously. I heard that you and Big Brother Noah have known each other for a long time. Is that true? Yes. Wendy nodded heavily. I met Big Brother Noah 7 years ago. 7 years ago? Lisanna asked in surprise. I also met Big Brother Noah 7 years ago. It wasn't just Wendy and Lisanna. Even Mira and Elfman had met Noah 7 years ago. Moreover, the time when Wendy met Noah was very close. That was only natural. Back then, Noah had met the Strauss siblings in the client's village because of a mission. It was also because of that mission that he met Wendy in the forest. Although they didn't meet directly, Lisanna and Wendy had met Noah at the same time and in the same place. However, after that, Wendy had followed Mishgang on the path to find Grandini and joined the Cat Shelter. The Strauss siblings had followed Noah to Fairy Tale. This could also be considered as a kind of arrangement from the underworld, right? Of course, Mira, Lisanna, and Wendy, who were involved in this matter, were unaware of it. At this moment, Wendy was looking at Mira and Lisanna, who were standing in front of her with smiles on their faces, and asked in a trembling voice. You're Miss Mira and Miss Jenny, right? Mira and Lisanna nodded with a smile, making Wendy nervous all of a sudden. Looking at the beautiful Mira and Lisanna, Wendy felt as if she had lost something, and her face was dejected. Chapter 1072. While all the sorcerers of Fairy Tale were surrounding Wendy and Xia Lulu, constantly asking questions, Noah and Makarov were also conversing at the bar counter. After hearing about the whole crusade mission from Noah, Makarov couldn't help but sigh. I didn't think that there would be a magic sealed in this world like Nirvana that could control people's minds at will. The wisdom of the ancient people is really something that we sorcerers have to admire. On this point, Noah and Makarov had the same idea. It wasn't just Nirvana. In today's magic world, many super magics were left behind from ancient times. Not to mention others, the 3 great magics of Fairy Tale were developed by the first president, Mavis. As for the Mavis Empire, it had existed for over 100 years. Although the current magic world was also constantly developing new magics, many of the magics left behind by the ancient people still had a lot of authority in today's era. Even if a modern sorcerer spent his whole life trying to completely surpass those magics, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. However, the more powerful the magic, the more likely it is that when it is used, there will be a huge price to pay. Makarov sighed. Our Fairy Tale's 3 great magics, at that time, when the first president developed them, I don't know if they also had to pay the same price. Noah was silent. This wasn't impossible. Even now, the three great magics of fairy tale were still famous throughout the magic world. Just like nirvana, these magics were considered super magics, and their power could be imagined. Using divine light to crusade against darkness, it was able to target everything that the sorcerer thought was the enemy, and from the spirit of the enemy, it was able to destroy the enemy's spirit, fairy law. Gathering and condensing the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars into a ruthless light that would not allow the enemy to survive, it was able to destroy all enemies, fairy glitter. Condensing the thoughts of the entire guild's members into a powerful magic, it created an invincible protective sphere that could protect all targets and even the environment within the sphere. It was even able to freeze time within the sphere of protection, fairy sphere. These three great magics, all of them had the power to make people feel awe and veneration. Even Noah, who had the power to kill gods, until now, these three great magics were his trump cards and had always been hidden. Noah didn't have any restrictions when using such powerful magics, but that didn't mean that there wasn't a price to pay when they were developed. Perhaps, when the first president developed these three great magics, he paid an unimaginable price. Otherwise, why was there only one such powerful magic that could be passed down to the guild leader of the fairy tale, while the other two were taken to the grave by Mavis? This was a mystery that no one could solve. When Noah left this world for the first time, he told a lie that he would train together with Mavis on Heavenly Wolf Island. Therefore, perhaps, from Makarov's point of view, Noah was very likely to have mastered the three great magics of the fairy tale. Each of those magics' value and power was no less than that of the nirvana. It was likely that the matter of the nirvana had made Makarov feel something, which was why he had secretly told Noah to be cautious. After all, when he was young, Noah had already been violently attacked more than once because of his powerful magic. This time, Makarov didn't want to see Noah being controlled by powerful magics. "Grandpa, don't worry." Noah nodded. "I know what I'm doing." Makarov smiled without leaving a trace, then became serious. "Speaking of which, do you have any information about the grimoire heart?" Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but recall the matter when he let Ngier go. "Are you really going to let me go?" Seeing Noah take away the chain that had been tied to her body, Ngier was really surprised. After a while, she laughed. "Aren't you afraid that I'll take revenge on the fairy tale?" "Revenge?" Noah glanced at Ngier and suddenly smiled. "Up to you, but when the time comes, I hope that you'll be mentally prepared." Noah's words made Ngier recall the scene when he destroyed the entire nirvana that was transformed from a city, leaving behind a huge crater. Her heart trembled, and she was speechless. After this battle, she believed that anyone who witnessed Noah's terrifying battle power would not have any thoughts of going against Noah again. Kabra was. Lisa was. Hidei was. Anya was. So was Ngier. At that moment, Ngier looked at Noah with a complicated expression and snorted. "I hope you won't regret it when the time comes." After saying that, Ngier was about to turn and leave, but Noah stopped her. "How much do you know about the guild grimoire heart?" Ngier stopped and looked at Noah in surprise. "Grimoire heart?" "That's right." Noah stared at Ngier. "If you know anything about the grimoire heart, then tell me." Ngier met Noah's gaze, pondered for a while, and said. "In the Baram Alliance, Grimoire Heart is the strongest of the three dark guilds, and is also the strongest force in the dark world. Compared to it, Oration Cease is also inferior. There are many members in this dark guild, and the rest are just small fries who are not worth mentioning." Ngier looked at Noah. However, in Grimoire Heart, there are 7 people who were carefully cultivated by the guild leader of Grimoire Heart, Hades. Every one of them is a powerful sorcerer who can use lost magic. 7 sorcerers who can use lost magic. Noah was stunned. Lost magic. It was the ancient magic that was long lost, powerful, and could only be used by a very small number of sorcerers. Compared to a super magic like Nirvana, lost magic was weaker, but it was still more powerful than many of the current magic. In Grimoire Heart, there were actually 7 people who could use this kind of magic. We call the 7 sorcerers who have mastered lost magic the 7 families of purgatory. Urudia, who you mentioned earlier, is also one of them. Ngier said. Each of these 7 families of purgatory is no less powerful than Oration Cease, and the guild leader, Hades, is even stronger than that, and can be said to be the strongest existence. In addition, there seems to be a vice guild leader, but I don't know much about him. I only know that Brian once warned us not to provoke him. In other words, the vice guild leader was even stronger than the 7 families of purgatory. 7 sorcerers who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Oration Cease. A vice guild leader who was even stronger than the 7 families of purgatory. In addition, as the guild leader, even Makarov almost couldn't withstand a single blow from Hades. This grimoire heart was indeed terrifyingly strong. It is said that recently, Grimoire Heart seems to be looking for something. In the end, Ngier left this sentence. Perhaps it is something even more terrifying than the nirvana that we are looking for. Who knows? Thinking back to that time, a cold light flashed in Noah's eyes. No matter how strong you are, I will uproot you. Chapter 1073. Wow. In one of the rooms on the highest floor of Fairy Tale, Wendy looked around curiously, her face filled with joy. Is this Big Brother Noah's room? Actually, I haven't stayed in this room for long, Noah said with a smile. Not long ago, our guild was attacked by another guild. The original guild building was destroyed, and the current one was built not long ago. So, I haven't stayed in this room for long. Is that so? Wendy walked around the room curiously. But, this is also Big Brother Noah's room, right? You're right. Noah scratched his cheek and spread his hands. Even though Mira and Lisanna were the ones who prepared everything in this room for me, I'm sure. Wendy's footsteps slowed, and the curiosity on her face turned into dejection. Seeing this, Noah became curious. What's wrong? Wendy did not answer, and only secretly glanced at Noah. She lowered her head and looked at her fingers. As expected, Big Brother Noah's 2 fiancées are very beautiful and gentle. If you're talking about beautiful, they are indeed quite beautiful. Noah said, a little confused. But don't be fooled by Mira and Lisanna. If you're talking about gentle, in the past, Mira was not gentle at all. Lisanna is the same. Even now, she's like a mischievous child. Sometimes, she makes people angry, but at the same time, it's funny. But. Wendy was still sneaking glances at Noah. Big Brother Noah seems to like Miss Mira and Miss Lisanna a lot, right? Isn't it natural if he likes them? Noah asked curiously. If he didn't like them, then he wouldn't have gotten married to them, right? Woo-woo. Wendy became dejected again. As expected, I still have a long way to go, Noah said resentfully. Wendy, what's wrong with you? Wendy didn't say anything, but she kept sneaking glances at Noah. After a while, for some reason, her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red, and she opened her mouth in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. I just want to ask Big Brother Noah a question. In order to hear Wendy's words clearly, Noah even sat on the edge of the bed and put his face in front of Wendy's. Question. What question? Looking at Noah's face that was so close to hers, Wendy's pretty face turned completely red, and even her eyes began to spin. She had a strong urge to turn around and run away. She did not know where her courage came from. She did not know where she got the courage, but she did not know where her courage came from. She looked at Noah's face. I want to know if Big Brother Noah also likes happy. Noah raised his eyebrows and moved his face closer to Wendy. What are you happy about? At this moment, the distance between Noah and Wendy's face was only about a palm's length. Looking at Noah's face, looking at Noah's dark and deep eyes, Wendy's shyness instantly swelled to the limit. For some reason, Wendy closed her eyes, not daring to look at Noah again. The two faces were very close to each other, a man and a woman. Among them, the girls were even blushing and closing their eyes. It was as if they were about to kiss. In fact, Noah could even feel Wendy's slightly hurried and weak breathing on his face, gently caressing his cheeks. To be honest, Noah only saw Wendy as a younger sister who needed to be doted on. However, he had to admit that Wendy was indeed very cute, even cuter than Mira and Lisanna when they were young. Even though Noah didn't intend to do anything wrong to Wendy, he still couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he felt Wendy's breath on his face. He had such an adorable younger sister who was blushing and had her eyes tightly closed in front of him. Even though Noah didn't intend to do anything wrong to Wendy, he still couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he felt Wendy's breath on his face. Realizing this, Noah looked embarrassed. Just as Noah was about to separate, an extremely cold voice sounded from behind Noah. "Master, what are you doing?" It was a young and clear voice. To Noah, this voice was not unfamiliar. In fact, he had become very familiar with it in the short span of 2 to 3 months. So, Noah shivered, turned his head, and looked behind him. There, he didn't know when it started, but a girl appeared silently. She was completely naked, only wearing a pair of knee socks. She had long silver hair that reached her waist, and her skin was as smooth and white as milk. Who else could it be other than Aster? However, at this time, Aster looked at Noah with an extremely cold gaze and said expressionlessly, "Master, what are you planning to do with that human over there?" Looking at that young and expressionless face, Noah understood one thing. Aster was angry. And very, very angry. This wasn't strange. This elf girl seemed to have no emotions on the surface, but in fact, her inner feelings were much richer than the average person's. Not to mention other things, just in the past, Noah had angered Aster because he used other weapons. In fact, some time ago, because he had a passionate kiss with Lisanna, Aster was a little frightened by Lisanna's intimacy and treated differently. Aster was also angry because of that. Now, Aster was obviously angry because of Noah's different treatment. After all, from an outsider's point of view, it was obvious that Noah was planning to kiss Wendy. But to Aster, Noah had never taken the initiative except when they were making a vow of life. So, Aster was angry. If the lowly was angry, the consequences would be severe. However, without waiting for Noah to explain, Wendy opened her eyes and saw Aster. At first, she was stunned, but when she saw that Aster was completely naked, her face turned red and she didn't know what to do. Why aren't you wearing anything?" Hearing this, Aster turned his head and stared at Wendy. After a while, he said such a sentence. "Because I am Master's thing." Wendy was stunned. Not to mention Wendy, even Noah's face froze. Aster's words were clearly meant to cause a misunderstanding, wasn't it? What did he mean by Noah's thing? Could it be that because it was Noah's thing, it could be that he didn't wear anything? Noah. Brother Noah. Wendy looked at Noah with a stiff face, her eyes starting to water. What does this mean? Noah reflexively wanted to explain, but Aster beat him to it. "I am Master's sword, Master's spirit, Master's possession." Aster looked at Wendy with an inexplicable sense of competition burning in her eyes. She even hugged Noah tightly with her naked body. "So, please don't go near my master." This sentence made Wendy react. Seeing Aster hugging Noah so tightly, Wendy, who had always been timid and shy, had an unprecedented flame burning in her eyes. Wendy liked Noah very much. Ever since they were young, Noah had reached out to Wendy who had no one to rely on, wandering aimlessly in the forest and crying helplessly. Wendy's heart had always been prepared for a place that belonged exclusively to Noah. For the past 7 years, Wendy had always been thinking about Noah. Not only did she collect all kinds of news about Noah, but she also didn't hesitate to follow Noah to Fairy Tale after reuniting with Noah. However, Wendy knew that Noah actually had 2 fiancées. 2 beautiful and outstanding fiancées. Compared to Mira and Lisanna, Wendy, who was still young, had no advantage at all. Thus, when she saw Mira and Lisanna, she couldn't help but feel defeated. But now, this child who appeared out of nowhere, not only was he not wearing any clothes, but also looked about the same age as her. This really aroused Wendy's sense of competition. Thus, Wendy's head heated up and she climbed onto the bed, pouncing on Noah and hugging him tightly. Noah. Brother Noah is the most important person to me. I won't leave Brother Noah. This one sentence caused the atmosphere in the room to become tense. The atmosphere left Noah dumbfounded. What in the world was going on? Chapter 1074. Wendy and Aster squeezed into Noah's arms and hugged Noah's waist tightly. One of them had a nervous expression, but more than that, she was determined. The other was expressionless, but her eyes were filled with strong emotions. Being hugged tightly by two Lolas who were the most adorable in every sense of the word, one had to admit that it was quite enjoyable. However, Noah, who was supposed to be enjoying himself, only felt a heavy pressure at this moment, making him feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Although he didn't know what was going on, Wendy and Aster seemed to be at odds. Moreover, it was because of Noah. Whether it was Wendy or Aster, they both had a strong sense of competition in their hearts. There was no other reason. Wendy felt a sense of defeat in front of Mira and Lisanna, so her sense of competition was attracted to Aster. Aster, on the other hand, was because of Noah's pampering of Wendy. When he transformed into the elven device and followed Noah to carry out the mission against the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, Aster clearly saw the whole process of Noah and Wendy's reunion in the Villa of the Blue Pegasus. At that time, because of Wendy's longing, Noah showed a rare pampering. This pampering made Aster angry. That was because Noah usually doted on Aster as much as he did. In the Elven Sword Dance, Noah didn't pamper Claire, Linley, Fayanna, or Alice. He only pampered Aster very much. That was natural. After all, just like Wendy, Noah also treated Aster as a cute little sister. However, Aster, who didn't know this, thought that Noah only pampered himself, just like how he thought Noah's weapon was only himself. In the end, when he saw Noah use another weapon, Aster was jealous and angry. Now, seeing that Noah was spoiling another child, Aster was equally jealous and angry. This was the reason why Aster had refused to reveal himself and meet Wendy in Blue Pegasus Villa. When she saw Noah trying to kiss Wendy while she was sulking, how could she not run out in a huff? Thus, the two little girls who wanted to obtain Noah's love and care in all sorts of ways inexplicably started to fight against each other. Are you trying to compete with me for master? Aster stared at Wendy expressionlessly as he tightened his grip on Noah. A mere human actually wants to fight over the master of my Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer? Wendy tilted her head in confusion before asking in a sweet voice. Big brother Noah is my big brother, he doesn't belong to you. These words are powerless in front of the contract between me and Master, Aster said. I am Master's sword, Master's possession, a contract spirit that will accompany Master for his entire life. He belongs to my master. Then I also belong to Big Brother Noah. Wendy said, unwilling to be outdone. I will also help Big Brother Noah and accompany Big Brother Noah for my entire life. I will never leave Big Brother Noah. Instantly, Aster speechlessly looked at Wendy with a frozen gaze. This is my master. This is also my big brother. No matter what, you don't plan to leave. No. No matter what you say. I will never leave Big Brother Noah. At this moment, a burst of invisible sparks shot out between Wendy and Aster. The two Lolas, who were so cute in every way, actually couldn't get along. This made Noah realize that now wasn't the time to be in a daze, so he quickly spoke up. Wait. What are you guys doing? Why are you quarreling? However, this sentence attracted Wendy and Aster's condemnation at the same time. Big brother, master, don't speak. Undoubtedly, these two girls, who were usually treated as cute little sisters by Noah, actually carried an indescribable pressure at this moment, causing Noah to be stunned. Ignoring Noah's shock, the smell of gunpowder between Wendy and Aster reached its peak. Since you insist on pestering Master, then I won't hold back. Aster let go of Noah and stood up, looking down at Wendy from above. Let's use our strength to speak. I won't admit defeat. Wendy's face was filled with strong determination. Although I haven't learned any battle magic, I will definitely not compromise on this matter. Xia Lulu said before that Wendy was usually very timid. Only when facing Noah's matters would she become inexplicably strong. At this moment, this characteristic was clearly displayed under Aster's provocation. However, looking at Aster's completely naked appearance, Wendy's charming face was still a little red. She glanced at Noah, who was dumbstruck because of the sudden battle, and stammered. At least put on some clothes. Big brother Noah is still here. There's no need for that. Aster said without hesitation. I belong to Master, and this body belongs to Master. Even if Master wants to break me, I won't have any complaints. The heavens pitied her. In the eyes of an elf like Aster, the so-called break naturally meant that the elven magic device that was transformed into Noah was damaged in battle. However, to Wendy, who was completely unaware of the situation, this sentence had a different meaning. Break. Break? Wendy's charming face flushed red, but when she saw Aster's matter-of-fact appearance without a trace of embarrassment, a strong sense of competition was aroused. I'm the same. The same? Aster raised his eyebrows. In other words, you also want to take off your clothes? Wendy's charming face stiffened, but the strong sense of competition still suppressed her sense of shame, causing this cute little girl to blush and shout. Take it off. After saying that, Wendy's face was flushed red as she secretly glanced at Noah. Then, as if she was going to throw caution to the wind, she shyly took off all her clothes in a few moments. Noah only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then, a naturally tender and white delicate body appeared in front of him, causing his mouth to slightly open. Ugh! Wendy couldn't help but hug her body, so shy that the corners of her eyes were filled with tears. Big brother Noah. Don't look. Unfortunately, Noah was already stunned by the sudden development in front of him. How could he react? Without any other choice, Wendy could only endure the shame in her heart and point at Aster with a trembling finger. More accurately, it should be said that she was pointing at Aster's pair of knee socks. You haven't taken them off completely, right? This time, it was Aster's charming face that stiffened, and even his cheeks turned red. You want me to be barefoot? Incidentally, if Aster was naked, he could do it without batting an eyelid. However, once Aster was barefoot, this elven girl would display the same sense of shame as any other girl. Although this shameful part was a bit strange, it had to be said that Wendy had just poked at Aster's weakness. Seeing Wendy take off all her clothes while he was still wearing a pair of knee socks, what would Aster do? Naturally, he would be the same as Wendy, covered up by the strong sense of competition. I am Master's sword. I will not lose to anyone. With a rarely seen shyness, Aster threw caution to the wind. She sat down and took off her knee-high socks with trembling hands. Under the influence of the strong sense of shame, the two girls' delicate bodies kept trembling, and the corners of their eyes were also filled with tears. Not to mention fighting, even standing up was difficult. Big brother Noah. It was also at this moment that the door to the room was pushed open. The chairman is planning to hold a celebration party for you and Wendy. Hurry. Come. Down. The voice that barged into the room was unsurprisingly getting weaker and weaker. Noah looked at the door with trepidation. There, Lisanna looked at the naked and blushing Wendy and Aster in front of Noah. Her expression froze. After a while, a cry echoed throughout the entire guild. Big brother Noah is a womanizer. Chapter 1075. Sigh. In the hall on the first floor of Fairy Tale, Noah was sitting at a table, sighing with some regret. Around him, a group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale cast gloating gazes at Noah, while others looked baffled, but most of them had strange expressions on their faces. That was natural. It was believed that anyone who heard the words, "Brother Noah is a womanizer," while drinking and eating meat would have the same reaction as the heartless magic shooters from fairy tale. Not to mention, a similar scene had happened not long ago, causing people's imaginations to run wild. However, this time, because of the previous lesson, Noah's group of friends did not surround him and ask questions, but had the same puzzled look. Only Wendy, who was sitting next to Noah, had a somewhat downcast expression as she spoke to Noah. "I'm sorry, Brother Noah, it's all my fault." Hearing that, Noah stroked Wendy's little head under the gazes of all the magic shooters from fairy tale. "Alright, don't think too much, I'm not angry with you." Or rather, even if Noah wanted to be angry, he could not be angry at all. After all, Wendy had stripped off all her clothes in front of Noah. Suppressing her shyness, she allowed Noah to look at her all over. Although Wendy was still young, she had grown up a lot compared to 7 years ago. Even if she didn't have any curves or a slim figure, her fair skin, tender body, and cute child face were enough to feast one's eyes. When he thought of the scene of Wendy and Aster confronting each other naked in front of him, Noah's mood became impetuous, and at the same time, he could not help but feel a little strange. He actually had a reaction to Wendy and Aster's body. Could it really be like what Kana said, that Noah's interest in some aspect had finally started to develop? At that moment, Noah hurriedly shook his head to get rid of those dangerous thoughts. However, he still looked at Wendy with an unnatural gaze. Upon noticing Noah's extremely unnatural behavior, Wendy seemed to have recalled what happened back then. Her pretty face flushed red all of a sudden, and she lowered her head so much that smoke was almost coming out of it. Wendy was not Aster, who could not care less about being naked in front of Noah. She still had the most basic sense of shame. Thus, until now, Wendy still did not dare to believe that she would actually do such a bold thing. By the way, Aster was also attacked by a strong sense of shame and had now reverted back to his fairy device form, refusing to come out even if he died. It seemed that being barefooted in front of Noah really made this strange elven girl, who had a strange sense of shame, to the extreme. Noah, on the other hand, had inexplicably enjoyed a feast for the eyes, but he had also inexplicably paid a price for it. Even now, she still had a sullen look on her face as she hid behind the bar, glancing at Noah from time to time. If she met Noah's gaze, she would coldly snort and turn her head away. As for Mira, she was there wiping the plates while looking at Noah with a half-smile, obviously finding it extremely funny. Noah could only somewhat regretfully console the guilt-ridden Wendy while enduring the laughable gazes of the crowd. He really felt that it would be better to just hole up in the room. It was also at that moment that a formless wave of mana suddenly emerged and filled the entire space of fairy tale. Wendy only felt an indescribable sense of drowsiness assault her mind, causing her to blink her cute big eyes. Then, her head tilted and she fell into Noah's embrace. Noah hurriedly caught Wendy as she fell into his arms. Feeling the formless mana in the air, he frowned. This mana, it's him. It was not just Noah. Many of the fairy tale sorcerers had identified the source of the mana that permeated the air. But at the same time, an indescribable sense of drowsiness assaulted the minds of the fairy tale sorcerers, causing them to close their eyes one after another and lie down unsteadily. Mira and Lisanna lay on the bar and fell into a deep sleep. Thus, 10 seconds later, Noah was the only one left in the entire fairy tale who was still awake. Apart from Noah, Elisha, whose strength was also not bad and was already at the level of one of the 10 great Saint Magi, persisted for a while before unwillingly falling into a deep sleep. As expected, there's no way to affect you. As these words rang out, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall of fairy tale like a cloud of mist without any warning. It was a man in a trench coat, dressed strangely, with a few strangely shaped magic staffs on his back. Even his face was covered, and his entire body was wrapped up tightly. He raised his head and looked at Noah. The corners of his mouth, hidden under the cloth, were slightly raised. This time, I didn't intentionally use a sleep spell to avoid you. In the end, it still didn't affect you. That's true, but even Elisha couldn't resist the influence you have on your companions in the guild. Noah shook his head helplessly and met the newcomer's gaze. It's rare to see you show your face, Mist Gang. Mist Gang was silent for a moment before he looked at Wendy, who was sleeping soundly in Noah's arms. His gaze was surprisingly gentle. I haven't seen Wendy in a long time. When I saw that she'd come to Fairy Tale, I came out to show my face. Back then, after Noah rescued Mr. Gang from the forest, it was Wendy who used healing sky magic to help Mr. Gang recover. After that, Noah entrusted Wendy to Mist Gang, and Mist Gang brought Wendy around the world. It wasn't until later that he entrusted Wendy to the cat shelter because of the anima incident. Therefore, in all seriousness, Wendy and Mist Gang had a relationship. If that's the case, then there's no need to hypnotize Wendy, right? Noah shrugged. I believe that Wendy will be happy to see you again. Mist Gang hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. After all, my appearance is likely to cause a lot of trouble. It might not be a good thing for Wendy to see me. What's more, the person Wendy wants to see the most is you. I'm already very happy that you two can reunite. Mist Gang's words reminded Noah of his appearance, and he fell silent for a moment. When they first met, Mist Gang had told Noah that his name was Jalal. After so many years, they met again in Fairy Tale. Not only did Mist Gang disguise his name, but he also concealed his appearance. It was obvious that he had some concerns. Why did Mist Gang look exactly like Jalal? Also, what was the super subspace magic called anima that Mist Gang had been trying to stop all these years? Who knew that just as Noah thought of this, Mist Gang's tone suddenly became extremely serious as he said such a sentence. I came back this time not only because I wanted to see Wendy, but also because I found traces of anima that is likely to be activated in this area. What did you say? Noah was stunned. That anima or something is going to attack in Magnolia? I don't know if it will be activated in Magnolia, Mist Gang said seriously. However, if there are no surprises, it will definitely be activated in this area. The possibility of it choosing Magnolia is also very high. With that, Mist Gang turned around. When the time comes, if I can't stop the anima, before he could finish, Mist Gang's body turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. Looking in the direction where Mist Gang disappeared, Noah's expression became uncertain. Chapter 1076. Ugh. Following Mist Gang's departure, the sleep spell on the sorcerers of the fairy tale seemed to be dispelled bit by bit, causing everyone present to groan softly as they clutched their sleepy heads and woke up. Wendy, who was lying in Noah's arms, opened her eyes with great difficulty as if she had just woken up. She rubbed her eyes cutely and yawned. What happened? Wendy, who had just arrived, didn't know anything about Mist Gang, nor did she know that Mist Gang was Jalal. However, the rest of the magic shooters reacted immediately. Sister Mira. Lisanna rubbed her eyes as well, looking very sleepy. It really is that person, right? Apart from him, no one else can use such a powerful sleep spell. Mira forced herself to stay awake as she looked at Noah, who was the only one who wasn't affected at all. She couldn't help but reveal a gentle expression. In the guild, only Noah can be completely unaffected, right? That was true. As the strongest candidate for Fairy Tale, Mist Gang might not be as strong as Kilda's, but his sleep spell was so powerful that even Makarov would be affected to some extent. Apart from Noah, there was probably no one else in the guild who could completely ignore Mist Gang's sleep spell. That guy. Naz looked angry. He's like this every time. If you have the guts, come out and fight me head-on. Give up, Nazi, hubby said in a tone without any suspense. You're no match for Mist Gang. How would you know if you don't try? Naz grinned. Perhaps he's afraid of being defeated by me, that's why he doesn't dare to appear in front of me. Ahahaha. Seeing Naz's smug look, Gray pursed his lips and spat out 2 words. Idiot. Naz's laughter stopped abruptly as he glared at Gray. Did you just say idiot? Gray turned around and said to Naz in a provocative tone. You're wrong. He's not an idiot. He's a super idiot. In an instant, Naz and Gray's foreheads were pressed against each other. They looked like they were incompatible like fire and water, and could explode and hurt someone at any time. Of course, this was a daily occurrence. Another quarrel? Lucy sighed as if she couldn't stand it anymore. Elisha, aren't you going to think of something? Elisha turned her head in confusion and stared at Naz and Gray with her sharp eyes. Love. At once Naz and Gray fell into each other's arms and danced away, as if they were two dear brothers. It's here, Lucy complained. Hubby 2, no, there's also hubby 3. While everyone was in a heated discussion because of the appearance of Mist Gang, Xia Lulu, who was standing on a table, had been looking at the place where Mist Gang disappeared. As if she could see Mist Gang, her eyes flickered. Xia Lulu. Wendy, who was rubbing her eyes, asked in confusion. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Xia Lulu said perfunctorily, but her eyes were staring at the place where Mist Gang disappeared. This made Noah feel a little strange. When Mist Gang appeared, Xia Lulu had already fallen asleep. When Mist Gang disappeared, Xia Lulu hadn't woken up yet. If that was the case, how did Xia Lulu know the location of Mystic Hill? With this question in mind, Noah asked tentatively. Did you find anything strange? Something strange. Xia Lulu didn't know if she noticed that the person asking the question was Noah. She stared at the place where Mist Gang disappeared and spoke as if she was sleep-talking. I keep feeling that a very strange yet familiar feeling has appeared here before. Is it my imagination? A very strange yet familiar feeling? Noah frowned. If it was someone else, they might have taken Xia Lulu's words as a casual remark and just listened to it. But Noah wouldn't be like that. Because at this moment, the serious expression on Xia Lulu's face made Noah unable to treat it as a casual remark. In addition to the things that Mist Gang mentioned before leaving, Noah's eyes flashed and he stood up. Wendy looked at Noah with a puzzled expression. Brother Noah. Sorry, Wendy. Noah turned around and walked straight into the guild. I'll leave for a while. Seeing that the atmosphere around Noah seemed to have changed, Mira, who had been watching Noah all this while, couldn't help but poke half of her body out of the bar counter and speak to Noah. Noah, where are you going? Hearing this, Noah directly threw out this sentence. I'm going to the library inside. With that, Noah disappeared from the guild hall. What's wrong with Brother Noah? Lisanna seemed to be a little worried. He seems to be in a hurry. Noah must have his own considerations, right? Mira smiled, but that smile seemed a little sad. Noah values this guild more than any of us. For him to show such a serious expression, it must be something related to the guild. I really hope that he won't force himself so much. Myra's words silenced all her companions in Fairy Tale. Thinking back, when the Phantom Lord had his eyes on Fairy Tale, and when Makarov was afraid of the rules of the council, Noah stepped forward without hesitation and sought justice for Fairy Tale. When Laxus betrayed the guild in order to become the guild leader of Fairy Tale, it was also Noah who pulled Laxus back from the wrong path with his status as the next guild leader. In fact, when the demon's heart captured the High Wizard of Fairy Tale and almost caused the guild to fall apart, Noah fearlessly faced off against Hades, who even Makarov couldn't fight back against, and saved everyone in the guild. When it came to guild matters, Noah stood at the forefront from start to finish. Not only did he protect Fairy Tale, but he also protected everyone in the guild. When they thought about how Noah might be working hard for the guild and his companions, they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Noah went to the library, right? Ruby, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly stood up. Even if he went to the library, there must be something he wants to investigate. I'll go help him. Ruby, Lisanna looked at Ruby, a little touched. I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me. Lebby smiled and ran towards the library. I'll go too. Mira handed the plate in her hand to Lisanna. Lisanna, I'll leave this place to you. Okay. Lisanna nodded. In the guild, Elissa, Naz, Gray, Lucy, Wendy, and the others also looked at each other, and then walked toward the library one by one. Xia Lulu. Heibi wanted to follow, but he noticed that Xia Lulu wasn't moving. Aren't you going? Xia Lulu didn't say anything and continued to look in the direction Mr. Gang left. Heibi didn't know what to do and could only stay and accompany Xia Lulu. Alright, that's Noah we're talking about. What can happen to him? Kana said in a relaxed tone, as if she wanted to break the heavy atmosphere in the guild. Besides, there's Alusha and Mira. It's not our place to worry. That's right. Elfman's strong voice rang out. Noah is a man among men. There won't be a problem. The heavy atmosphere in the guild immediately dissipated, and everyone laughed as if nothing had happened. They started chatting again. Lisanna heaved a sigh of relief as she looked in the direction of the library and muttered. Good luck, big brother Noah. Chapter 1077. In the library of Fairy Tale, there were all the commissions, necessary knowledge, ancient books, and magic books recorded since the creation of Fairy Tale. There was a huge collection of books. Basically, as long as it was about the world of magic, with the exception of some absolute secrets, one could find relevant records in the library of Fairy Tale. In the past, in order to find magic that he could learn, Noah had stayed in this library for a period of time. Ever since he obtained the super advanced destruction spell, crushing magic, Noah had almost never come to Fairy Tale's library again. After so many years, Noah once again entered the library today. Looking at the orderly rows of huge bookshelves stuffed with books, and even the air was filled with the faint fragrance of books, Noah's expression could not help but relax a little. Of course, Noah did not come to the library to relax. If possible, I hope to find some records about anima. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of slightly hurried footsteps sounded behind Noah. Noah! Wait for me. Noah was startled and turned his head to look behind him. He saw Lebby running towards Noah. Lebby? Noah said in surprise. Why are you here? Lebby ran in front of Noah, panted a few times, and then said to Noah, I'm here to help you. You came to the library because you have something you want to investigate, right? Let me help you. Lebby's words made Noah ponder. Indeed, Noah had come to the library of Fairy Tale in order to find out the origin of anima, the super-secondary space magic. Originally, it would have been easier to ask Mr. Gang directly, but looking at Mr. Gang, it was obvious that this was not something that could be casually revealed. Otherwise, as early as 7 years ago, Mr. Gang would have said everything that needed to be said, and would not have chosen to hide Magnolia after knowing that she would become the target of anima. Since he couldn't get anything from Mish Gang, Noah had no choice but to investigate on his own, hoping to find something. Lebby's favorite thing to do was to read, and she could be considered to be very knowledgeable. In terms of knowledge, she was more knowledgeable than any of the magic shooters in Fairy Tale. If he could get Lebby's help, it would be a great help. Thinking of this, Noah was just about to agree when a few other voices sounded. We'll help you too. Saying this, Alusha, Lucy, Wendy, Naz, and Gray all appeared at the entrance of the library. In fact, even Mira was standing at the entrance of the library with a smile on her face, which made Noah more or less stunned. Why are you all here? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and smiled. What's wrong? Alusha said with a light smile. If there are more people, there will be more power, right? Although I don't know what's going on, if I can help, let me do it. Naz laughed casually. Aren't we companions? Anyway, we have nothing to do now. Gray crossed his arms and looked helpless. It's not bad to do this once in a while, right? It might be difficult for me to fight, but if it's reading, I'm confident that I won't lose to anyone. Lucy patted her full and round chest confidently. Don't look at me like this, I also like to read very much. I also want to help big brother Noah. Wendy clenched her small fist and looked determined. That's why, please let me help. That's what everyone said. I can't let them down. Mira only smiled gently at Noah, showing her extremely sweet side. don't always think of shouldering it by yourself. Sometimes, let us share the burden with you. Seeing that his companions were looking at him as if they were guarding him, Noah sighed helplessly. In fact, his heart was already enveloped by a wave of warmth. Will it be okay? Noah looked at Mira and asked. The work outside shouldn't be finished yet, right? With Lisanna here, it won't be a problem. Mira looked around and revealed a nostalgic smile. Also, when I saw this place, I thought of the time when I secretly kissed you here. Secretly kissed? The sudden news shocked Alusha, Naz, and Gray. Secretly kissed. Lucy, Wendy, and Ruby blushed at the same time. Even Noah could not help but be stunned on the spot as he spoke in a perplexed manner. You did that to me. At that time, we were still young. Mira didn't seem to realize that she had revealed something, and still had a sweet smile on her face. Now that I think about it, I really miss it. Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Noah really didn't know that Mira had done such a thing to him. After all, at that time, in order to find magic that he could learn, Noah practically fell asleep in the library. Under those circumstances, Noah really didn't know that Mira had secretly kissed Noah. Moreover, at that time, how old were Noah and Mira? At that time, Mira already knew how to secretly kiss Noah. This also made Noah understand that Mira's love for him had already sprouted when they were young. Now, Noah and Mira were already engaged, and would get married sooner or later. To be able to reach this step, it was probably fated, right? Under the curious, envious, and even somewhat shy gazes of the group of friends, Noah awkwardly scratched his cheek and hurriedly changed the topic. Alright, since you're here to help, let's get to work quickly. The group of friends from Fairy Tale immediately laughed and said in unison. Understood. In the following time, Noah, Mira, Wendy, Alusha, Lucy, Ruby, Naz, and Gray spent almost every day in the library when they were free, intending to find records related to anima. Unfortunately, after searching for so many days, they couldn't even find the name of anima magic, let alone find a book that recorded anima. It could be said that they didn't even have the slightest bit of harvest. In the end, Naz, who was the worst at dealing with books, was the first to burn out. He almost fell down, and even Gray seemed to be impatient. However, even so, once Noah went into the library, Naz and Gray would still go in together without any explanation. Although they complained, they never left. In this way, Noah and the group maintained this kind of life until a certain day. On this day, Noah and the group were still looking for information about anima in the library. Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. All of a sudden, a sound as loud as a church bell rang out. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The loud sound of the bell suddenly reverberated throughout Fairy Tale, and even the whole of Magnolia, giving Noah and the group in the library a fright. Bell? Wendy was the first to exclaim. Bell? Lucy was also surprised. Bell? Noah was a little surprised, and then he seemed to have thought of something. This bell, could it be? Mira, Alusha, Levi, and Gray also thought of something, and their eyes lit up. Naz was the only one who shouted excitedly. Kildas. As soon as his voice fell, an alarm sounded in the sky outside the library and the whole of Magnolia. Magnolia has changed to Kildas mode. Townsfolk, please go to the designated location as soon as possible. The moment the alarm sounded, the whole ground began to shake. Kildas is back. Naz let out an excited cry and ran out of the library without looking back. Noah and the others also put down the books in their hands and walked out of the door with Lucy and Wendy, who had a confused look on their faces. Chapter 1078. Kildas. Kildas is back. That guy. How long has it been since he last came back? It's been 3 years, right? As soon as they came out of the library, Noah and the rest saw the magic shooters of Fairy Tale cheering and jumping for joy as if they were holding a celebration. Lucy and Wendy were shocked by the liveliness. Of course, if the enthusiasm of the magic shooter in Fairy Tale had frightened Lucy and Wendy, then when Lucy and Wendy saw the situation outside the guild gate, they were truly stunned. What appeared in front of them was a huge passageway that they could not see the end of. The numerous buildings in Magnolia were divided into two sides with the guild gate as the dividing line. Two thick walls were built to protect the buildings on both sides, thus forming a huge passageway. The passageway led from outside Magnolia to the entrance of the Fairy Tale Guild, making the whole of Magnolia look as if it had split open. The scene was quite shocking. This, both Lucy and Wendy pointed at the huge passageway outside the guild gate with trembling fingers. They were in a mess, and for a moment, they could not even speak clearly. Looking at Lucy and Wendy, Noah smiled knowingly. Thinking back, when Noah saw this scene for the first time, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. After all, the whole city seemed to have been transformed into a jigsaw puzzle, and the scene that could be divided and combined freely was indeed quite shocking. And all of this was because of one person. Kildas. He was a sorcerer who used the superior level destruction spell called Crush, and was the strongest existence in the fairy tale on the surface. Looking up, Noah's gaze was like a sharp arrow, shooting straight to the front of the huge passageway. Over there, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked towards Fairy Tale step by step. He wore a dusty cape, his chin was covered in stubble, and his appearance was rather sloppy. He carried a cloth bag on his back, but his posture was unusually tall and straight. Just like back then, looking at the tall figure, Noah could even feel an extremely strong sense of presence and amazing magical power. However, back then, feeling the strong sense of presence and amazing magical power of that figure, Noah felt as if he was facing a tall mountain that was unattainable. Now that he was facing that figure again, Noah no longer felt that he was so small and insignificant like he did back then. This feeling fully explained the growth that Noah had achieved over the years. Under Noah's gaze, the sorcerer named Kildas stepped into the fairy tale. Kildas. Naz, who had been suppressing his excitement at the side, finally couldn't bear it and rushed in the direction of Kildas. Let's have a showdown. However, just as Naz rushed out, a heavy fist slammed heavily on his head. With a bang, Naz's head was knocked into the ground. After a few moments, his body stopped moving. Seeing this scene, Lucy and Wendy even broke out in cold sweat. Until this moment, Kildas raised his head and exposed a slightly old face in front of everyone. He glanced at Naz, whose head was inserted into the ground, and suddenly smiled. It's been so long, Naz, why are you still so impatient? Hearing Kildas' words, Noah also laughed. Compared to Naz, you haven't changed much, Kildas. Kildas cast his gaze on Noah. Looking at the young man with a somewhat otherworldly temperament, he blinked, tilted his head, and was puzzled. Who are you? What? Don't you recognize me? Noah raised his eyebrows, raised a hand, and slowly clenched it into a fist. A calm smile appeared on his face. Then do you want to go out and practice again? Gazing at Noah, who was slowly clenching his fists with a calm smile on his face, Kildas suddenly felt like he saw the brat who had challenged him that year. His eyes widened at once. You wouldn't be Noah, right? You guessed right. Noah released his hand and greeted Kildas. Long time no see, Kildas. Oh, long time no see. Kildas looked at Noah in a daze and even exclaimed. You've changed a lot. It was no wonder that Kildas was so surprised. Thinking about it carefully, Noah and Kildas really didn't have much interaction. When Noah was young, Kildas came back once. At that time, it was the first time that Noah and Kildas met each other. Then, Noah challenged Kildas and was taught the crushing magic by Kildas. In order to fully control this high-level destructive magic, Noah left the fairy tale and practiced outside. This cultivation lasted for 4 whole years. Then, Noah left this world and traveled to other worlds while looking for the world fragments lost in other worlds. This trip lasted for 2 whole years. In other words, Noah had only seen Kildas once when he was young, and since then, there had been no interaction between them. Even so, for Noah, Kildas was still a special existence. There was no other reason. This man was equivalent to Noah's teacher, and he played the role of a senior. And for Kildas, Noah, who learned the crushing magic, was also a special existence, right? Therefore, even if they only met once or twice, both Noah and Kildas couldn't forget each other. However, after so many years, Noah had grown up. And Kildas's strength seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. This could be seen from the aura and mana fluctuations on his body that were much more powerful than before. And for Kildas, Noah's change was even greater. Staring at Noah, who was standing not far away, the cynical smile on Kildas's face gradually disappeared and turned into a smile that was ready for action. It seems that it's not just his appearance that has changed. From Noah's body, Kildas couldn't feel the amazing magical power that he had in the past. What Kildas could feel was a kind of pressure that made his heart heavy. He told Kildas about this feeling. If it were now. Kildas said with a sigh. If it were now, I guess I wouldn't be a match for you, right? That one sentence caused the entire fairy tale to fall into an indescribable silence. In fact, as early as when Noah was able to kill Joseph, one of the top 10 Saint Archmages, and even defeat Raxus, the Archmages in fairy tale more or less had the idea that Noah had surpassed Kildas. But it was just a thought at best. Until now, when they heard Kildas admit it himself, the sorcerers in fairy tale realized what was going on. Perhaps, Noah had really surpassed Kildas. That was hard to say. Even others were like this, not to mention Elisha, Naz, Gray, Lucy, Wendy, and the others who had seen Noah show part of his strength with their own eyes. However, in this regard, Noah narrowed his eyes and said such a sentence. If you were in your peak state, maybe you could fight, but now, with your current state, how can you defeat me? Hearing Noah's words, everyone present was stunned. What does this mean? At this moment, Noah suddenly flashed in front of Kildas and suddenly lifted the cloak on his body. In the next moment, the scene that appeared in front of everyone made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 1079. At this moment, the entire fairy tale seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. Some people even broke out in cold sweat. Especially Alyssa, Mira, Lisanna, Naz, Gray and others who were close to Kildas, their pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. Even Lucy and Wendy almost exclaimed out loud. No one noticed that Karna, who had been drinking silently in a corner ever since Kildas came back, saw the situation under Kildas' cloak. The bottle in her hand trembled violently, and even her delicate body trembled. Even though Noah felt that Kildas was filled with a strange aura of blood, he was still shocked when he saw the situation under Kildas' cloak. Hidden under Kildas' cloak was a strong body that had been through a lot of training. His muscles were bulging, and his abdominal muscles looked as hard as iron plates. His skin had a healthy color, and it was obvious that Kildas was not only skilled in magic, but also in physical training. However, it was precisely such an abnormally robust body that was more than half covered by bandages at this moment. There was even a faint scarlet color on the bandages. It was the color of blood. Of course, it was also the color of Kildas' blood. Gildas, who was known as the strongest sorcerer in the entire fairy tale, whose strength was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 10 great holy sorcerers. In terms of combat power, he might even be above Makarov. Yet, he was injured. And it was a very serious injury. Kildas. Naz uttered in a trembling voice with disbelief. How? How, you're kidding, right? Gray was also shocked. How could Kildas be so severely injured? Elisha, Mira, and Lisanna were also shocked, and they almost couldn't recover from the shock. Kildas then reacted with a wry smile. You brat, it's fine that you found out, but you actually exposed me in front of so many people. Are you trying to embarrass me? Noah didn't say anything. Instead, he fixed his eyes on Kildas. After a while, he opened his mouth. After a while, he said softly, Wendy, please. Yes. Yes. Wendy, who was suddenly stopped by Noah, was stunned at first, but then she understood what Noah meant. She quickly trotted to Kilda's and raised her small hands. The next moment, a circle of gentle light fluctuated on Wendy's hands. Under the light, Kilda's felt that the pain caused by his wounds had been greatly relieved. Even the tiredness that he had suffered from a long time ago gradually recovered. Kilda's then looked at Wendy with an amazed look. Healing magic? This child is the sky magic shooter of the Dragon Slayer. Noah briefly introduced Wendy, and looked directly at Kilda's. What's going on? Is there a problem with the mission? Everyone in the guild immediately pricked up their ears. Almost everyone knew that Kilda's had left Fairy Tale for 3 whole years because he had taken on a mission. It was a mission of the highest level that had been delayed for more than 100 years, and no one had been able to complete it. In Fairy Tale, only someone like Kilda's would be able to accept a mission of this level. The others, even Noah, would not be allowed to accept such a mission due to their lack of experience. Now, after 3 years, Kilda's had finally returned. However, Kilda's had suffered such a serious injury. Therefore, everyone would think that there must be a problem with the mission. Could it be that Kilda's had failed the mission? Under everyone's gaze, Kilda's was silent for a while, and then he sighed. Yes, I failed the mission. That one sentence made the entire Fairy Tale sorcerer fall silent. However, in the next moment, the news that Kilda's revealed really shocked everyone. I met a dragon. Kilda's said with a gloomy face. A black dragon. This time, not to mention the other magic shooters in Fairy Tale, even Noah was shocked. Dragon? Kilda's met a dragon. Wendy, who was healing Kilda's, felt her hands tremble. She almost messed up the mana that she was channeling into Kilda's body. Gadgelu, who was chewing on a piece of metal in a dark corner, also paused his actions and looked over. Naz's expression changed abruptly, and he stepped forward and said excitedly. Is what you said true? Not only Naz, but Wendy was also extremely excited, and even Gadgelu's fierce eyes fluctuated a little. That was to be expected. As early as when he joined Fairy Tale, Naz had already said that he would teach him Dragon Slayer magic. Just like Naz's father, the fire dragon named Igoniel suddenly disappeared and left him. 7 years ago, when Noah had met Wendy in the forest, Wendy had also said that the sky dragon Grandine, just like her mother, was also missing and her whereabouts were unknown. Although Gadgelu didn't know what happened to the dragon that taught him magic, looking at him, that iron dragon should have disappeared without a trace like the fire dragon and the sky dragon, right? Moreover, to the people in this world, dragons were also creatures that only existed in legends. Until now, no one had really seen a dragon. How could everyone not look at each other when Kilda's suddenly said such a thing? In this regard, Noah had an incredible idea. Kilda's, your injury couldn't have been caused by that black dragon, right? Hearing this, Kilda's closed his eyes. After a while, he spoke in a deep voice. Almost in an instant, I didn't even have time to react. My left hand, left foot, and even my internal organs were hit. By the time I reacted, not only was I seriously injured, but the black dragon had also disappeared. It didn't take me seriously at all. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Kilda's words filled the entire fairy tale with a heavy atmosphere. In an instant, Noah's eyes flickered. Even you were defeated in an instant? I'm still a human after all. Kilda's didn't know whether he was mocking himself or comforting himself as he said this sentence in a speechless manner. Thanks to it, my mission could only be declared a failure. I had to run back with my tail between my legs. It's really embarrassing. Although that was what he said, among the people present, who would really think that Kilda's was embarrassed? That was a dragon. Although in this world, there were many dragon-shaped monsters, but a real dragon was definitely an existence that only belonged to legends. To be able to fight with such an existence and survive, it couldn't be called embarrassing. Naz clenched his fist and turned around. Just as he was about to walk in the direction of the door, numerous golden ripples suddenly fluctuated around him. Numerous silver chains that flowed with golden light shot out. They were like streaks of light that flashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, they shrouded Naz's body and tightly tied him up. Noah said calmly without looking back. Naz, what do you want to do? Do you still need to say it? Naz glared at Noah. Of course, I'm going to find that black dragon and ask about Ignir's whereabouts. Really? Noah glanced at Naz. Then, before you dispel this thought, you should stay here obediently for the time being. What? Naz's eyes widened a little. After understanding what this sentence meant, he immediately struggled desperately. Let me go. Noah. Let me go. Ignoring the struggling Naz, Noah turned his head and looked at Kildas again. All in all, you should recuperate first. As for the mission, I will discuss it with Grandpa. Kildas nodded. Chapter 1080. With Wendy's initial healing, Kilda's injuries were much better, even though he could not fully recover in a short period of time. Hence, after bidding farewell to his companions in the guild, Kildas left the guild and returned home to rest for the time being. After Kildas left, the magic shooters in the guild began to discuss among themselves. I didn't expect that Kildas would actually fail a mission. It's not Kildas' fault, right? Yeah, that's a century-old mission after all, and Kildas even met a dragon. If he wasn't injured by that dragon, Kildas might have succeeded in his mission, right? Yeah, while everyone was discussing, Naz, who was bound by Noah, became more and more uncomfortable as he listened. He struggled harder and harder, causing the veins on his temples to bulge. He even kept yelling. Noah! Let me go. I'm going to find Ignir. Noah, who was sitting at a table not far from Naz, glanced at Naz and sighed. Naz, it's not that I want to stop you, but it's useless even if you go. Why would it be useless? Naz cried out. They're both dragons. Maybe that black dragon knows where Ignir is. Even if that's the case, what can you do? Have you forgotten what Kildas said? Noah cast his gaze on Naz. Kildas said that the dragon didn't care about him at all. Even so, the black dragon still attacked Kildas. Don't tell me you don't know what this means. It means that the black dragon is not only very aggressive, but also extremely hostile to humans. Elisha walked over and looked at Naz. If you go over like this, do you think you'll have a chance to live at the cost of serious injuries like Kildas? Naz gritted his teeth. I can defeat that dragon and force it to tell me where Ignir is. Don't be so naive. Stinky fire. Even Grey couldn't stand it anymore and said to Naz. Even Kildas was severely injured in an instant. Do you really think you can defeat that black dragon? Naz, let's think of another way. Lucy couldn't help but say. It's too dangerous to deal with a dragon like that. Naz. Habby did not hide his worry, which finally became the last straw that overwhelmed Naz. Damn it. Naz could only let out a low roar of unwillingness. Seeing this, Noah knew that Nazi had calmed down. He raised his hand, and the chains binding Nazi immediately turned into a halo and disappeared. Gadjaloo, who had been paying attention to this side, smacked his lips, turned his head, and continued to gnaw on the iron block. Come to think of it, that iron dragon slaying archmage should have had the same idea as Naz, but he wasn't as impulsive as Naz. Wendy, on the other hand, was sitting next to Noah, and her mood was somewhat depressed. The three dragon-slaying archmages were all thinking that they might be able to learn from the black dragon that taught them magic and treated them like their own parents. Unfortunately, they could only give up helplessly in the face of reality. Noah could only reach out and touch Wendy's head, which eased Wendy's depressed expression a lot. As for Noah himself, he sank into contemplation. A black dragon that had the ability to severely injure Kildas in an instant. The strength of that black dragon could be seen from this. After all, Kilda's strength was at the level of the 10 great saint magicians, and it was one of the higher-ranking ones. Compared to Jula, who was ranked at the bottom of the 10 great saint magicians, Kilda's was much stronger. Compared to Makarov, who was ranked among the 10 great saint magicians, Kilda's was only stronger and not weaker. Even Jula was stronger than the heroic spirits that appeared in the form of servants in the world of Type Moon. Perhaps Kilda's could even be compared to the heroic spirits themselves. In the end, under such circumstances, Kilda's was still seriously injured by that black dragon in an instant. He even had to rely on the fact that he didn't exist in the eyes of the other party to escape. With such strength, conservatively speaking, in the world of Demon High School, it was comparable to the 5 great dragon kings. In fact, that black dragon might even be a sky dragon like Drag and Erubian. If the black dragon really had the power of a heavenly dragon, then its power would not be inferior to the top 10 powerhouses in the world of God Slayer and Demon High School. In the face of such an existence, Noah had no chance of winning without using authority. This made Noah feel somewhat incredulous. Originally, because the top 10 sorcerers on this continent were at the level of the 10 great saint magicians, Noah thought that he could not find an opponent in this world. Unfortunately, although there were no humans, it did not mean that there were no other creatures. Dragons were in this category. Of course, to be able to seriously injure Kilda's in an instant, the 5 great dragon kings or demon kings could also do it. If that black dragon was at the level of the 5 great dragon kings, then with the Gate of Babylon, Noah could more or less fight to a draw. But if he waited for a month to pass and was able to use authority, then even if the black dragon was a sky dragon like Drag and Erubian, Noah would not be afraid. There is no need to think about that black dragon now. Noah secretly pondered. After all, that black dragon will not suddenly harm Fairy Tail, so there is no need to think about whether to deal with it. Now, the most important thing is to solve the problem of anima. What's more, there was still the grimoire heart that had been eyeing Fairy Tail covetously. There were still many things that Noah needed to do. But for some reason, Noah still had a feeling. That black dragon was definitely an existence that must be paid attention to. Noah had such a feeling. In any case, the failure of Kilda's mission and the news that he brought back were just an interlude. For Noah, Naz, Wendy and the others, perhaps they had to pay attention to it. But for the sorcerers of Fairy Tail, there was no need to pay attention to it. They were still drinking wine and eating meat in big mouthfuls. Their days were extremely comfortable. However, on this day, it was raining heavily. Walala. In the room, the shirtless Noah pulled open the curtains and looked at the heavy rain outside. His brows were tightly knitted. Ugh, on Noah's bed, Lisanna rubbed her eyes and sat up. Her delicate body was wrapped in a blanket. From her smooth shoulders and back, it could be seen that she was not wearing a single piece of clothing. Moreover, it was still early in the morning. Coupled with Noah and Lisanna's dressing, it was easy to guess what kind of beautiful night they had last night. It could not be helped. Who asked Lisanna to be at odds with Noah over the matter of Wendy and Aster? Noah could only use such a straightforward method. Yesterday, when most of his companions in the guild had left, he directly forced Lisanna to stay in the guild under her exclamation and reinstated his position as the husband. Big brother Noah. She rubbed her eyes and tightened the blanket around her as she gazed at Noah with a slightly intoxicated expression in her misty eyes and spoke softly. What's wrong? Nothing. Noah snapped out of his daze and sat on the edge of the bed, gently stroking Lisanna's slightly flushed cheeks. What's wrong? Did I wake you up? No. Lisanna snuggled her entire body into Noah's embrace. It was clear that he had reinstated his position as the husband well last night. Big brother Noah, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? No, if you're tired, you can rest a little longer. Noah continued stroking her cheeks gently. I'll let Mila know. Lisanna was really a little tired from Noah's conquest, so she didn't refuse. After lying down, she immediately fell into a sweet dream. Noah withdrew his gentle expression and glanced out the window before walking out of the room. Chapter 1081. The clear sound of rain reverberated throughout Magnolia, causing everyone to shut their windows and doors tightly and hide in their homes. Even their businesses could not be done. Dark clouds shrouded the sky above Magnolia, and the heavy rain continued to pour down. Not only did the windy in the air decrease, but it also caused a gloomy atmosphere to pervade the entire city. In this kind of weather, in this kind of atmosphere, it was believed that no one would want to go out. As a result, today's fairy tale was not as lively as before. All the magic shooters were hiding in the hall, looking listless and dispirited. They did not even take on any missions and were just idling around. As a result, when Noah came down from upstairs, he was stunned by the gloomy atmosphere in front of him. He immediately understood what was going on, and smiled helplessly. Noah's appearance immediately attracted the attention of two people. Although the two of them were doing their own things, they stole glances in the direction of the stairs from time to time, as if they were waiting for the attention of a girl who had appeared. One of them was Wendy, who was chatting with Xia Lulu on and off. "Brother Noah." Wendy's eyes immediately lit up when she saw Noah coming down from upstairs. She waved at Noah. Xia Lulu also caught a glimpse of Noah's arrival, but she snorted and turned her head away proudly. Noah shook his head with a smile. After greeting Wendy, he walked towards the bar. There, Mira was wiping the plates, but her eyes were fixed on Noah. With a sweet smile on her face, she told Noah who the second person who had been stealing glances in the direction of the stairs was. Noah returned a smile and then looked at the two people sitting in front of the bar. "Grandpa, Kildas." "Noah." Makarov was drinking wine. When he saw Noah, he did not restrain himself and continued to drink in large mouthfuls. He drank until his face was red, and there was a hint of drunkenness in his smile. "Is Lisanna not up yet?" "Not yet." Noah awkwardly scratched his cheek. From the corner of his eye, he saw Myra's reproachful expression, which made him feel even more awkward. "Lisanna is a little tired." "Let her rest for today." "Tired?" Makarov snickered. "It's good that she's tired. If she's tired, it shows how tired she was last night. Looks like I should be able to see my great-grandson's face before I die." "Not bad, Noah." Kildas even patted Noah's shoulder with a gratified look. "It's not just magic. You've also learned most of my skills with women." "Not bad, you're very much like me when I was young." Hearing this, Noah rolled his eyes. Noah more or less knew about Kildas's situation. He was referring to his private life. Kildas was like a vagrant who could not stay in one place, but he was a very affectionate guy. Not to mention when he was young, he was now traveling all over the continent, and who knew how many women he had harmed. That was why Kildas had said that. Although Noah had only learned Kildas's magic, he hadn't learned Kildas's private life. Furthermore, Kildas didn't teach him anything. At most, this sentence was just a joke. However, it attracted Myra's dissatisfaction. "President, Kildas." At that moment, Mira turned to Makarov and Kildas with a sweet and dazzling smile. However, that smile seemed to be showing signs of blackening. "Please don't lead Noah astray, okay?" Makarov's and Kildas's faces stiffened, and they hurriedly nodded their heads like they were pounding garlic, as though they were obedient to her. "Seriously?" Mira then stopped smiling, put her hands on her waist, and looked at Noah angrily. "This won't do, Noah, how can you let Lisanna be so tired?" Noah could only smile embarrassedly. Noah was also a man with a healthy body and mind. To be able to sleep with a charming fiancée, naturally, he would not be satisfied, right? In the end, once he started, he could not stop, and Lisanna had to suffer. Although Mira was a little natural, it did not mean that she was not smart. Furthermore, she had experienced it more than once, so she could only put her face in front of Noah and said softly, "A girl's body must be cherished, or else, how can we be assured to leave it to you?" I know I was wrong." Noah could only surrender. I will be careful next time." Mira then nodded her head satisfactorily. Seeing this, Noah helplessly shook his head, and then looked at the sky outside the guild. As time passed, the dark clouds in the sky were like a swamp that had been stirred up, and the dark clouds began to become chaotic. Faintly, a feeling of oppression spread from the sky, causing Noah to squint his eyes. Seeing that Noah had been looking at the sky outside, Mira said with concern. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Noah's eyes flashed. "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling." Hearing Noah's words, Mira, Makarov, Kildas, and the others all turned their gazes to the outside. However, Noah did not notice. In Fairy Tale, there was another person besides him. No, to be precise, there was another cat. She was also looking at the dark sky outside, her eyes twinkling. That was Xia Lulu. It was also at this moment that the clouds in the sky suddenly turned into a whirlpool, spinning and spiraling. There was even a burst of lightning within it, causing the originally slightly oppressive feeling to expand countless times all of a sudden. Noah, with his outstanding sensing ability, could clearly feel it. Following the whirlpool of the clouds, an indescribable amount of magic erupted like a volcano, pouring out from the dark clouds and covering the entire sky. Feeling the enormous amount of magic, Noah's expression finally changed. What's wrong?" Because of Noah's previous actions, Mira and the rest also looked out of the window, and at this moment, they naturally saw the strange sky, and all of them were at a loss. When dash. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from behind Noah's waist. Within the light, Aster gradually transformed into a figure, opened a pair of mysterious eyes, and stared at Noah. "Master, that thing is very dangerous." There was no need for Aster to mention it, Noah also understood. Because, Noah already felt a trace of danger from it. Could it be, that's anima? Noah looked at the sky that was stirring like a whirlpool, and a bright light gradually appeared in his eyes. "Although I don't know what it is, if I keep it, there's definitely no benefit, right?" "Yes, Master." Aster nodded. "That should be a very powerful magic, in this world's terms, it's super magic." Noah immediately closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with a sharp light. "Aster, lend me your power." "I'm Master's sword." Aster said without any hesitation. "Everything is as you wish." Noah smiled and held Aster's hand. At the same time, in Noah's body, the extremely terrifying magic accumulated in the mana source slightly rotated, and in an instant, it completely transformed into a divine aura source that stored a vast amount of divine aura. Cold Steel Queen, demon-slaying holy sword, turn into a sword of steel, and bestow me with divine power. Dense divine aura energy suddenly poured from Noah's hand into Aster's body, causing Aster to close his eyes. His whole body emitted a bright light, and in a burst of light particles, he transformed into a holy sword that shone with silver light. Demon Slayer. The highest grade elven device that could even slay a demon king was finally showing its brilliance for the first time in this alternate world. Before anyone could react to Noah's actions and Aster's transformation, Noah flashed and disappeared into the fairy tale. Noah! The others finally reacted, and hurriedly rushed out one by one. Chapter 1082. Beep, beep, beep. In the dark sky, in the center of the whirlpool of clouds that resembled a black hole, flashes of lightning were constantly bursting forth, incessantly causing the sound of electric shocks to be heard. Holding the demon slayer in his hand, Noah flashed out of the fairy tale like a shadow. He raised his head and gazed at the strange sky. Ignoring the beating of the rain, he looked around. If there is a direct conflict with a super mage here, it is very likely that it will affect the town. It is not a good choice. After saying that, Noah raised one hand. A golden ripple spread out in front of Noah like a ripple, spitting out an item. It was a pair of long boots. A pair of very ornately decorated boots with wings that looked very eye-catching. This was not an ordinary pair of boots. If the origin of this pair of boots was mentioned, out of 100 people, even if not 99 people would recognize it, at least 80 would recognize it. It was the boots of the king of the gods in Greek mythology, the son of Zeus, the head of the 12 gods of Olympus, the famous god of commerce and traveler, Hermes. This pair of boots was the same as Hades' helmet of invisibility. It did not have any combat use. It only had one ability: flight. After equipping Hermes' boots, Noah arched his body and suddenly shot into the air like an arrow leaving the bow. Just like that, he shot into the dark sky. Noah. The group of magic shooters who rushed out of the fairy tale could only watch as Noah flew into the sky, completely unaware of what had happened. It was also at this moment that in the sky, the dark cloud hole that had been bursting with lightning suddenly burst out, causing a thunderous roar. And the next second, in the huge dark cloud hole, a circle of dazzling white light suddenly appeared. Like a tornado of light, it fell from the huge cloud hole from the sky, cut through the space, and headed straight for the hole of Magnolia. Noah suddenly stopped and directly floated in the air. Looking at the huge vortex of light that was madly descending on him, Noah's dark and deep eyes were directly dyed a gorgeous bluish-white. From the vortex of light, Noah felt an extremely astonishing and strange magic power. If he was hit directly by the magic power, perhaps the whole of Magnolia would be enveloped in it and become the target of this unknown super magic. If Noah wanted to deal with such a wide range of super magic by himself, it would be really troublesome under the circumstances where he could not use authority. Unfortunately, Noah was not alone. In his hand, the elven magic device called the Demon Slayer had even more anti-curse properties than the God Slayer. With the anti-curse properties of the Demon Slayer, Aster believed that even if it was a super magic, he would be able to resist it. Therefore, Noah had absolute confidence. With one sword, he could split this super space magic. Clang! Suddenly, with the addition of an astonishing amount of divine power, the Demon Slayer in Noah's hand bloomed with extremely dazzling light, as if it was trying to fight against the vortex of light that was descending from the sky, occupying half of the sky. Let me see your true power. Aster. Noah held the Demon Slayer with both hands and pointed it diagonally towards the ground. The Demon Slayer was shining with a dazzling light. Within that dazzling radiance, the elven magic equipment named Demon Slayer suddenly swelled up, as if it was absorbing all the radiance it emitted. Bit by bit, it absorbed the radiance and transformed into a terrifying gigantic sword the size of a skyscraper. Aster originally had the ability to automatically adjust his body size. Otherwise, he would not be able to change into a small sword that could be carried around by Noah at any time. Once it was covered by his clothes, nothing could be seen. And since it could become smaller, then naturally it could also become bigger. At this time, under the infusion of Noah's vast amount of divine power, the elven magic device called the Demon Slayer turned into a terrifying giant sword that was pointing towards the ground, and released a terrifying sword aura. Clang! The silver giant sword that was as tall as a skyscraper suddenly turned into a beautiful sword aura, drawing an arc of light in the air. In the clear sound of the sword, it soared into the sky and fiercely slashed towards the vortex of light that was descending from the sky. Pang! The vortex of light that was descending from the sky and the dazzling sword aura that was soaring into the sky met in the blink of an eye, and heavily collided, causing a shockingly loud sound and a strong light that was strong enough to burn the eyes, reverberating across the entire sky. Under the shockingly loud sound and strong light, the space trembled silently. Below, the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale also let out silent cries of grief, raising their hands to block the blinding light in front of their eyes. In an instant, the sound of the fierce collision was like an echo, but also like a wave. It spread out in all directions, causing a terrifying shockwave to appear in the sky above Magnolia. The shockwave spread out in a circular shape, shaking the surroundings. Such an astonishing collision was a testament to the power of the space magic. However, even if it was super space magic, it was still magic. Under the slash of the Demon Slayer, which had a resistance to curses that was even stronger than the God Slayer, the huge vortex of light that was descending from the sky was in a stalemate for a while before it was cut in half by the dazzling sword aura. Dong! The vortex of light that was cut in half by the sword seemed to have been detonated. It exploded in an instant, setting off a roar. It was like a huge and gorgeous firework. After blooming with beautiful brilliance, it gradually dissipated. The sky gradually returned to its calm state. The giant sword slowly shrank in size. When everything calmed down, the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale tentatively opened their eyes and looked at the sky with lingering fear. Over there, under the huge black vortex of clouds, Noah stood against the wind with a holy sword shining with silver light in his hand. His robe fluttered loudly, and together with his pair of extremely gorgeous boots with wings, he looked like a saint who had saved the world. He was both otherworldly and holy. Looking at that figure, Mira and Wendy, who were already infatuated with Noah, were already mesmerized. Not to mention Mira and Wendy, even Lucy and Ruby's eyes were sparkling. They involuntarily clasped their hands and placed them in front of their bodies. Their faces were flushed, and they were like young girls in love. Elisha also looked up at the figure standing against the wind and did not speak for a long time. When Noah flew down from the sky and landed on the ground, a group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale rushed out and surrounded Noah, shouting at the same time. Noah! Noah! What was that? What kind of magic was that just now? It seemed to be targeted at Magnolia. What exactly was that? Could it be that we were in danger just now? Being questioned by Elisha, Lucy, Nazi, Gray, and even Wendy, Noah could only smile bitterly. Just when Noah was about to speak, a somewhat tired and magnetic voice entered everyone's ears. Let me explain. Zhang Xian muttered. This voice attracted the attention of everyone present. Not far from the street in front, there was a figure standing with difficulty. Seeing that figure, Wendy could not help but cover her mouth and exclaim. Jalal? Nazi, Gray, Lucy, and the others were stunned at first, then their eyes widened. Elisha's pair of pupils slowly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and her face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 1083. Looking at the familiar face with the tattoo, not only Elisha, but even Naz, Gray, Lucy, Hubby, and the others who saw Jalal being buried in the sea with Tower were shocked. For a moment, they did not react at all. Wendy, on the other hand, was different. There was more or less a hint of surprise on her young face. After all, to Wendy's knowledge, the man named Jalal was a friend she had met 7 years ago, and because of Noah's request, he took care of Wendy. Under such circumstances, how could Wendy not be surprised? Only the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale were at a loss, not knowing what had happened. As for Noah, he naturally knew that the person in front of him was not Jalal who had built the Tower of Paradise, but Fairy Tale's Mishgang. However, Mishgang's condition did not seem to be good at this time. He did not seem to have suffered any injuries, but the fatigue on his face, the slackness in his eyes, and the tottering body told Noah that Mishgang was just holding on and not collapsing. At that moment, Noah did not have time to explain. He went forward, holding the silver holy sword in one hand and supporting Mishgang with the other. Are you okay? I'm fine. Mishgang forced a laugh and shook his head. As you can see, in order to stop Anima, I tried my best. But this time, Anima was too big, and I couldn't stop it, causing the burden and consumption to be a little too big, indeed. Noah furrowed his brows. The mana in your body has been completely depleted, and you can still continue to stand under such circumstances. That's really amazing. Mana? Mishgang shook his head again and said such a sentence. You're wrong. I only used physical strength and energy. I didn't have mana or anything like that from the beginning. This sentence made Noah stunned on the spot. No mana. How could one become a magic shooter without mana? How could one become an S-rank magic shooter without mana? How could one become one of the strongest candidates for Fairy Tale without magic power? Are you kidding me? Seeing Mr. Gang's pale face covered in sweat and rain, Noah suppressed the doubt in his heart and put one of Mr. Gang's hands on his shoulder to help him up. In any case, let's go to the guild first. Mish Gang. In the first floor hall of Fairy Tale, Mr. Gang, who had revealed his identity to everyone present, was greeted with astonishment. You are Mish Gang? Kildas asked in surprise. The most mysterious S-rank great wizard in the guild? Why? Elisha couldn't help but take a step forward and stare at Mishgang. Why do you look so much like the Gerald I know? Mishgang immediately lowered his head and fell silent. This is also my question, Noah said to Mishgang in an extremely appropriate manner. I didn't choose to ask because I respected your privacy, but now, it's no longer a personal question. It's a question for the entire fairy tale and Magnolia. Mishgang, I hope you can tell us the truth. Noah's words seemed to have chased away the last trace of hesitation and doubt in Mistagang's heart. He raised his head and made up his mind. Mishgang raised his head and spoke in a deep voice. I'm not the Jalal you know. I'm from another world, the opposite of this one. Another world? Noah couldn't help but be startled. Another world? Everyone present looked at each other in dismay. Only Xia Lulu, who was flying beside Wendy, trembled slightly and lowered her head as if she knew something. I know it's hard for you to believe, but this is the truth. Mishgang looked straight at Noah. I come from another world. It's a world called Edras. Over there, we call this world Aslan. Edras and Aslan are two worlds that are similar yet different. You can think of them as two sides of a mirror. They are opposite yet different, Mishgang said with a heavy tone. There are people in this world who are almost the same in Edras, and I am that world's Jalal, Lucian said with a smile. Everyone present was at a loss. That was natural. Suddenly knowing that there was another world other than this one, and that there was another Gerald in that world, it was likely that anyone would react the same way. Noah was the only one who reacted almost instantly. This wasn't the first time Noah had encountered such a situation. Parallel worlds. In this world, there was actually a parallel world like the Shape Moon world. However, unlike the endless parallel worlds in the Shape Moon world, this world seemed to only have one parallel world. They were two opposing worlds. One was Aslan. The other was Edras. The world that Noah and the others lived in was the world called Aslan. And Mishgang was located in the parallel world of Aslan, the Gerald of the Edras world. Of course, other than Noah, the others found it hard to accept. After all, not everyone could be like Noah, jumping out of a world and traveling between worlds without being limited by a single world. Especially Alusha, looking at the face that looked exactly like Gerald, took a deep breath, and stood up solemnly. How can you prove that what you said is true? However, before he could finish speaking, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. What he said is true. Other than this world called Aslan, there is another world called Edras. The sudden voice caused everyone present to reflexively shoot their gazes towards the source of the voice. Then, they were all stunned. I can prove that what he said is true. The one who said this was Xia Lulu, who spread out a pair of wings and floated in midair. Because I'm from that world. That one sentence made everyone present stunned on the spot, and there was no way for them to react at all. There's nothing strange about that, right? Don't you all think that cats that can fly and talk are rare? Xia Lulu said expressionlessly. After all, we are not creatures of this world, but a race from another world, including me and the male cat over there. Hearing this, hubby was dumbfounded. Don't lie. Naz couldn't help but clench his fists and shouted. Hubby hatched from an egg I picked up. He didn't come from another world. Yes. Yes. Wendy also reacted. She was at a loss as she said. Xia Lulu also hatched from an egg I picked up, right? I was indeed born in this world, and I was indeed hatched from an egg. Xia Lulu glanced at the stunned hubby. Neither I nor the male cat have been to Edras. We were sent to this world when we were still eggs. When I first saw hubby in this guild, I knew that he was a species in Edras. Mishgang also confirmed Xia Lulu's words. However, hubby doesn't seem to remember these things, and Xia Lulu has the knowledge of another world engraved. With her proof, you can believe me, right? Everyone fell silent. Then what was that just now? Noah couldn't help but break the indescribable silence and stare at Mishgang. Is that the anima you mentioned before? What kind of magic is that? What is its use? What will happen once it is activated? Whether or not Mish Gang, Hubby, and Xia Lulu came from another parallel world was not important at all. For Noah, the most important thing was whether the super subspace magic would cause damage to the fairy tale. That was all. Of course, it was the same for the others. Chapter 1084. When they first met, Mr. Gang had introduced himself as Jalal. Later, when Mr. Gang joined Fairy Tale, he used an alias. This had caught Noah's attention. Now, Noah finally understood why Mr. Gang had called himself Jalal. That was because Mish Gang was Jalal from another parallel world. As for why he'd chosen to use an alias, it wasn't hard to guess. He probably realized that there was another him in this world. If he used the same name, it was very likely that it would attract unnecessary trouble. That was why he used an alias and hid his appearance so that it would be convenient for him to move around. However, the solution of one puzzle was accompanied by the creation of another. Since Mr. Gang had come from another world, it didn't matter why he'd come to Aslan. Mr. Gang himself didn't seem to want to return to Edra's world at all. He'd even been traveling around the world to stop the anima spatial magic. Why did Mr. Gang do this? What's so special about that super secondary space magic called anima? What would happen if he was hit by the magic? These were the things Noah wanted to know. Tell me, Mr. Gang. Noah's gaze landed on Mr. Gang. If that super secondary space magic was used on the fairy tale, what would happen to the fairy tale? Everyone present turned their gazes to Mish Gang, some even looking at Xia Lulu, their expressions becoming serious. Mr. Gang met Noah's gaze and said word by word, if you're hit by anima, you'll turn into mana. The super subspace magic called anima was developed by Edras to collect Aslan's magic. Turn into mana. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Turn into mana. Noah hadn't expected such an effect either. He frowned. Why would he do that? In Aslan's world, there's mana between the heavens and the earth. It circulates between everything. Even humans have mana in their bodies. By controlling the mana in their bodies, they can use magic. Mr. Gang laughed bitterly. Although Edras is similar to Aslan in many ways, the difference is that the mana in that world is mainly stored in the earth. Humans don't have mana in their bodies. Humans don't have mana in their bodies? Naz exclaimed. That means there's no magic in your world. That can't be right. Gray immediately found a flaw. If that Edras doesn't have mana in their bodies, then how do you use magic? I use magic weapons to use magic. Mr. Gang took down the staffs on his back one by one and placed them on the ground. These weapons are embedded with magic crystals used to store mana. Through the mana in the crystals, I can activate the magic in my weapons. That's how I can use magic freely and become a sorcerer in this world. Hearing this, everyone was enlightened. This was not a rare method. In this world, sorcerers who used magic weapons would usually inject their own mana into the weapons to activate the magic in the weapons and use it against their enemies. For example, Elusha had all sorts of magic weapons in her space, but the mana was paid for by Elusha herself. This was more beneficial for sorcerers to accurately grasp the functions and characteristics of the magic weapons. It was also more convenient for sorcerers to use it in battle. However, it was also possible to embed magic crystals used to store mana in the weapons and use the mana in the crystals to use the weapons. The difference was that sorcerers would only rely on their weapons this way. A truly powerful sorcerer would not use this method. In addition, if a sorcerer had to use a magic crystal to store mana every time he used a magic weapon, then once the mana in the crystal was depleted, he would have to replenish it with new magic crystals, which was a huge expense. For a sorcerer who could generate mana on his own, naturally, no one would spend this kind of money for nothing. Thinking about it this way, it was easy to understand why Mr. Gang wanted to join Fairy Tale. It was not only because he needed to live, but also because he needed to spend money to replenish his magic crystals and maintain his magic weapons. At the same time, Noah finally understood why Mr. Gang said he had no mana at all. Thinking back, when he had met Mr. Gang in the forest and Mr. Gang had suddenly fainted, Noah had thought that Mr. Gang had fainted because he had used up too much mana. Now that he thought about it, Mr. Gang had probably used up all his stamina and energy to stop the activation of anima. That was why he had fainted. As for mana, there was no mana in Mr. Gang's body at all. It was no wonder Noah had thought that he had fainted because he had used up all his mana. It was also no wonder that Noah had not been able to sense the aura of mana from Mr. Gang's body. The people of Edras are the same as me. They can't use magic on their own. Instead, they extract mana from the earth and use it in their weapons and items. Through those weapons and items, they can use magic. Mishgang lowered his head. However, unlike this world, the mana stored in the earth of Edras will gradually dry up with the passage of time. Now, in that world, the mana is already in danger of disappearing. I believe that sooner or later, it will be completely exhausted, causing that world to lose the protection of magic. So, the people in your world came up with the idea of absorbing mana from this world to ensure that they wouldn't lose the power of magic. They even didn't hesitate to turn the people in this world into mana to use, right? Noah smiled without any emotion. What a selfish idea. What a heartless spatial magic. What a good anima. Hearing Noah's words, Mr. Gang, Xia Lulu, and Heibi were all speechless. It wasn't just Noah. Even the magic shooter in Fairy Tale was furious. If it wasn't for Noah, that super-dimensional spell would have turned everyone and everything in Magnolia into mana and been absorbed by Edras, wouldn't it? Of course, since they were treated as pure mana and turned into mana, none of them would be able to survive. They wouldn't even know how they died and would lose their lives without any awareness. I'm not blaming you, Mr. Gang, Heibi, and Xia Lulu. It's the same for all of you. Even if you're people of Edras, it doesn't mean that you have to take responsibility for what you didn't do. In fact, Mr. Gang has been stopping anima for so many years and has already done his best. Seeing that Mr. Gang, Xia Lulu, and Heibi were all speechless, Noah changed the topic. Right now, I just want to know. This time, the anima was destroyed by me. Will there be a next time? Mr. Gang was silent. And that was equivalent to admitting it. Very good. Noah smiled and stood up. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to Edras. Noah's words caused everyone to be slightly shocked. If we don't solve the problem of anima once and for all, who knows how many more people will be harmed in this world. It's hard to guarantee that the next time, it won't target the guilds. Noah looked around at everyone. You should understand, right? Elisha, Naz, Gray, Lucy, and even Wendy stepped forward and opened their mouths. Just as they were about to say something, they were interrupted by Noah. I'll go alone. If you guys come with me, who's going to protect the guild when that super secondary space magic attacks us again? Elisha and the others were instantly speechless. Mr. Gang looked at Noah. Do you really plan to go? Noah didn't say anything and only looked at Mr. Gang. I understand. Mr. Gang nodded heavily. Let me take you there. Chapter 1085. This was a very strange world. Islands floated in the sky. Rivers flowed through space like ribbons. Strange plants covered the entire land. The air was filled with an indescribable freshness. In such a world, in a corner of the sky high above, Noah, equipped with Hermes boots, hovered there. Looking at this extremely strange environment, he more or less exclaimed in amazement. So this is Idris. After making the decision to go to Idris, Noah immediately received help from Mr. Gang and found out how to enter this world. There were many ways to enter Idris. But no matter which one it wasn't something that could be done so easily. Thus, Mr. Gang suggested to Noah that they might as well fly into this world through the hole in anima that hadn't completely closed yet. Super Secondary Spatial Magic Anima. This spell was originally based on the principle of opening up a void between Azrand and Edras and absorbing the mana of Azrand into Edras, materializing it into magic crystals and teleporting it to the capital of Edras. Although anima was cut in half by Noah's demon slayer after it was activated, the hole wasn't completely closed. Thus, Noah followed Mr. Gang's suggestion and flew into the hole in anima using Hermes boots. After passing through the whole of Anima, this was the scene that appeared in front of Noah. Just as Mr. Gang said, there's no manna in the air of this world. Noah expanded his senses. Everywhere he went, there wasn't a single inch of manna. It was completely different from Azrand, who could more or less feel a trace of manna in everything. The magic power of this world is stored in the earth, but I can't even feel any trace of magic power in the earth, Noah said thoughtfully. Looks like Mr. Gang was right. The manna of this world is probably all gathered in the capital. At this point, it was necessary to talk about the background of this world. Unlike the complicated situation in Azrand, there were two powers in this world of Idris. One was the kingdom that ruled the entire continent and all the humans in this world, the kingdom of Idris. The other was a gigantic island that floated in the skies above the Azeroth continent. It was an island called Extania. They ruled over the humans of Azeroth and were a race that called themselves angels, the Transcendents. The Surpassers were the only race in this world that could store mana and use the flying spell, Wings. It was precisely because Transcendents were the only race in this world that could store mana within themselves that they could call themselves angels and claim to be in charge of the humans of Idris. As for the origin of this race, when he heard that the people of this race could use the flying magic called Wings, Noah more or less had a guess. Not to mention, when he mentioned the Surpassers, Mr. Gang kept glancing at Xia Lulu and Hubby, which made Noah more certain of what this race of Surpassers was like. Naturally, Noah wasn't interested in the Surpassers' origin at all. However, Noah's target was the culprit behind the anima. The one who came up with the plan to use the anima to absorb mana from Azrand and even convert the humans of Azrand into pure mana was the queen of the Surpassers. He ruled over both humans and angels, and was known as God by both races. But that guy from Mish Gang, he clearly said that he would bring me here, but where did he go? Undoubtedly, Noah was with Mr. Gang when he passed through the anima. However, when he arrived at Idris, Noah realized that Mr. Gang wasn't with him at all. He was alone. Could it be that the anima's teleportation is random, and only mana is fixed to the capital? Or is it because of my resistance to spells? It couldn't be helped. The anima was a spell after all. Although it was a super spell that was much more powerful than normal spells, it wasn't certain if it would work on Noah. If Noah's physique had any effect on the anima's teleportation when he passed through the anima's hole, then it wasn't impossible for such a problem to occur. Additionally, there was another problem. Thinking of something that Mr. Gang had solemnly told him before entering Idris, Noah raised a hand and activated the terrifying amount of mana stored in his mana source. In the next moment, a beautiful magic formation spun from Noah's hand. Seeing this, Noah smiled. Isn't it still possible to use magic? According to Mr. Gang, the sorcerers from Aslan were unable to use magic in Idris. However, Noah was obviously not one of them. After all, the magic cannon that Noah used was technically magic and not magic. Secondly, Noah's constitution wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. In the past, Makarov had said that Noah had 3 main constitutions. First, he was immune to all negative energy. Second, he could tyrannically absorb energy that entered his body. Third, he could not rely on external forces to recover energy that he had expended. The first constitution proved that Noah's body was extremely exclusive. The second constitution proved that Noah's body was extremely tolerant. The third constitution proved that Noah's body was extremely independent. With the first and third constitutions, Noah's battle prowess would not be affected by external forces. Not to mention, as long as it was a world, it wouldn't reject Noah. Don't you see that even Noah's authority world is trying its best to actively adapt so that Noah can use the power that can kill gods without any scruples a month later? That was why Noah wasn't worried about this problem at all. Looks like I won't be able to use the little gadgets that Mr. Gang prepared to allow the sorcerers of Aslan to use magic normally. Noah played with a small red pill in his hand before throwing it away and looking around. Anyway, let's fly to a city with people first. We'll talk about it after we confirm the location of the imperial capital. After saying that, Noah controlled Hermes' boots, and his body turned into a stream of light and flew in one of the directions. Even though he didn't know how vast the continent of Edras was, Noah didn't find a single place with people after flying for a whole hour. By the time they found a decent-looking town, it was already 3 hours later. Walking on the streets that were slightly less populated, Noah's brows furrowed deeply. That was because around Noah, people were pointing at Noah's direction. Hey, look at the back of that person's hand, isn't that the guild emblem of Fairy Tale? Don't tell me he's a sorcerer from Fairy Tale. Liar, how would someone from that guild dare to show off their guild emblems so openly? That's right. Is he trying to court death? Don't talk about it. Even if he's not a sorcerer from Fairy Tale, he's still dead with that emblem on his body. That's right. As the conversation unfolded, the surrounding residents first cast sympathetic gazes at Noah. Then, as though unwilling to be implicated, they walked away as far as they could. So that's how it is, Noah narrowed his eyes. It seems that in this world, Fairy Tale is not very popular. This matter was quickly verified. Over there. A series of loud and chaotic footsteps suddenly sounded from afar. A fully equipped squad of soldiers holding standard pikes suddenly charged towards Noah's direction and surrounded him. Chapter 1086. Don't move. Pointing the standard pikes in their hands at Noah, the fully armed soldiers surrounded Noah in a circular formation. Sharp pikes were pointed at Noah from all directions. Unless he could fly, he would not be able to escape. Of course, that was under the condition that he did not charge out. Noah only stopped in his tracks. Not only did he not try to escape before he was surrounded, he even waited for the soldiers to surround him. Looking at the fully armed soldiers, the corner of his mouth twitched. Royal Army. Royal Army. As the name suggested, it was the army that obeyed the kingdom. In this world, due to the exhaustion of magic, the use of magic was banned under the king's order. Even if one only possessed magic, it would be considered a crime. In this world, the so-called magic referred to magic weapons and tools that were embedded with magic crystals that stored magic power. So, as long as one possessed magic, the moment they were found out, they would end up in prison. This order seemed to be protecting rare animals and forbidding people from harming them, but in reality, it was only the kingdom's selfishness that caused trouble. The king had banned everyone from possessing magic, but in the capital where he lived, he could use magic as he pleased, and even abuse it. This was simply a disguised form of monopolization. Yet, there was only one kingdom in this world, and everyone was under the rule of the kingdom. Naturally, the citizens of Edras who were treated so differently could only be angry, but not say anything. In order to prevent the precious magic power from being used by the commoners and monopolize the magic power of this continent, the kingdom had stationed troops in every city and town. Come to think of it, these soldiers should be the royal army stationed in this town. Seeing that Noah was surrounded without any resistance, one of the soldiers, who was obviously the leader, took a step forward and spoke sternly. Are you the sorcerer of Fairy Tale? From the attitude of the royal army and the surrounding citizens, Noah could say with certainty that Fairy Tale in this world was not doing well. Moreover, it was obvious that they were against the kingdom. You're asking me if I'm a sorcerer from Fairy Tale? Noah gently stroked the back of his hand that was branded with the guild's emblem. He raised his head and suddenly smiled. That's right, I'm a sorcerer from Fairy Tale. Tisk. The captain was so angry that he was speechless. You actually admitted it so brazenly. Are you looking down on our royal army? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the captain felt his vision blur. A figure appeared without any warning. Then, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his neck. You're saying that I'm underestimating you? Along with this cold voice, the captain did not even have time to react. The hand that was choking the captain's neck slightly exerted force and slowly lifted him up. It should be said that you guys are looking down on Fairy Tale, right? Since when can't the sorcerer of Fairy Tale openly admit her identity? The cold voice wormed its way into the captain's ears, causing him to finally feel the tight grip on his neck and the suffocating feeling of his entire body being lifted into the air. At that moment, his feet that were suspended in the air started kicking non-stop as he grabbed tightly onto Noah's hand and let out a muffled groan of pain. Captain! The royal army surrounding Noah did not even notice when Noah had moved. They only felt that Noah had disappeared all of a sudden. Then, their captain's neck was choked by Noah with one hand. With his astonishing arm strength, his entire body was lifted into the air by the hand that was choking him. At that moment, the group of royal soldiers was slightly flustered. They tried to put on a brave front as they called out to Noah. Let go of the captain. Damned fairy tale sorcerer. How dare you go against the royal army? You have a death wish. Although they were shouting like this, the soldiers who were holding the standard pikes did not dare to step forward at all. There was no other reason other than the fact that their captain was still in the opponent's hands. Casting a glance at the clamoring royal soldiers, Noah raised his hand and threw the captain of the soldiers in his hand like a bowling ball towards a corner of the royal soldiers who had surrounded him. Bam! With a muffled sound, the captain, who had been thrown into the air, suddenly crashed into a group of soldiers, smashing one of the royal army members who had surrounded Noah into a complete mess. Seeing this, the royal army members who had not been hit were actually delighted instead of shocked. He's let go of the captain. Go, quick. Thus, the group of royal army members picked up the standard pikes in their hands without hesitation and charged towards Noah without a shred of mercy. Seeing the group of royal army members charging towards him, Noah raised his brows. Just as well. Let me get some information from you. Mishgang had already told Noah the general information about Edras. However, no matter what, they could not possibly have even prepared a map, could they? Therefore, Noah still needed someone to lead the way for him. Weren't these royal army members before him the most suitable candidates? At that moment, Noah raised a hand, and the air around him began to flash with streaks of golden light. It was the precursor to the opening of the gate of Babylon. Whoosh! At this moment, a long whip that seemed to be made entirely of fluorescent light suddenly flashed through the air, slicing through the air and lashing viciously towards the group of royal army members who were charging towards Noah. Smack! The royal army members charging towards Noah were clearly not even at the standard of a typical sorcerer. Faced with such a surprise attack, they did not even have the most basic reaction. They were struck by the long whip that sliced through the air, and were once again thrown off their horses. Noah was slightly taken aback. At this moment, a light and somewhat rude voice rang out from beside him. What are you still standing there for? Hearing the voice, Noah instinctively looked over. He saw that at the entrance of an alley beside the street, a young girl was holding the handle of a long whip in her hand, glaring angrily at Noah. Come over here quickly. Hearing that, not only did Noah not go over as he was told, he even stood there stunned and called out in surprise. Lucy? Yes. The one standing at the entrance of the alley, holding the handle of the long whip in her hand, was Lucy. Lucy? The royal army members who had been thrown off their horses by the long whip all turned their heads and looked in Lucy's direction. Then, one by one, they began to shout. Lucy! It's Lucy! It's Lucy from Fairy Tale. Lucy instantly smacked her lips, not caring about her image at all. With a shake of her hand, she withdrew the long whip and immediately rushed to Noah's side. She viciously grabbed the collar of the dazed Noah and pulled him to the other side of the street. This way. Noah was almost out of breath from being pulled. As he allowed Lucy to drag him along and run wildly, there was only one thought in his mind. Since when did the timid Lucy become so violent? Over there. Over there. Let's go over there and take a look. On the streets of the town, troops of the royal army ferociously chased back and forth, scaring the townsfolk into hiding in their homes, not daring to come out. Meanwhile, in an alley, Lucy was hiding in the shadows, her hand tightly wrapped around Noah's neck, pulling Noah's entire head into her embrace. An indescribable softness suddenly attacked Noah's nerves, causing Noah to quiver and quickly struggle. This struggle caused Lucy to moan softly instead. Her pretty face blushed, and she growled fiercely. Stop rubbing. Idiot. Do you want to be discovered? Noah's movements paused. It was not that Noah was very obedient, but this violent tone of Lucy's that was completely different from the one in his memory had caused him to be a little confused. No matter what, although Lucy usually played the role of a roast and was a little timid, at least she was still feminine. However, what was up with this standard tomboyish Lucy? Suddenly, Noah's heart skipped a beat. This Lucy, could it be Lucy from Edras? Chapter 1087. After an unknown amount of time, the frequent and chaotic footsteps that resounded through the streets slowly faded away. In the alley, Lucy poked her head out and cautiously observed her surroundings. When she was certain that there were no royal soldiers nearby, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief and released the head in her arms. All right, it should be fine for now. Noah, who had been released, almost subconsciously distanced himself from Lucy immediately, and then took a deep breath. Just now, Noah had almost suffocated to death. Lucy, on the other hand, did not seem to mind that she had given Noah quite a lot of benefits. She put her hands on her hips and raised her eyebrows. After sizing up Noah for a moment, the corners of her lips curled up somewhat crudely. Good lad, you actually have the guts to pretend to be someone from Fairy Tale. Aren't you afraid that you will really be captured by the royal army? Hearing this, Noah, who had finally caught his breath, finally saw the full appearance of the Lucy before him clearly. Whether it was her appearance, figure, or waist-length hair, she was exactly the same as the Lucy that Noah knew. However, the Lucy before him not only had a valiant aura about her, even the way she was dressed was completely different from the Lucy in Noah's impression. It was a pitch-black outfit. Rather than saying that it was revealing, it was better to say that it was focused on the principle of ease of movement. It seemed to have been meticulously designed in a tight-fitting leather outfit. In Noah's impression, Lucy was a girl after all, and would more or less pay attention to her appearance. However, on this valiant Lucy in front of him, Noah did not see that she cared much about her girl's upbringing at all. She was just a strong woman. Seeing that the other party was blatantly sizing him up with an unceremonious gaze, Noah felt a little uncomfortable, but at the same time, he was basically certain. This Lucy was not the Lucy that Noah knew. If there were no surprises, this should be the Lucy in this world of Edras. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Noah was silent, Lucy raised an eyebrow and directly reached out her hand to grab Noah's collar. She pressed her forehead against Noah's and sneered valiantly. Do you think you'll be fine if you don't say anything? I won't let this matter of you impersonating someone from Fairy Tale go. Hearing this, Noah finally came back to his senses. Looking at Lucy, who had put her face in front of him and was smiling viciously, his emotions gradually calmed down. Impersonating someone from Fairy Tale. Noah reached out his hand and grabbed Lucy's hand that was grabbing onto his collar. With a slight tug, he pried her hand away. Don't joke, I am the sorcerer from Fairy Tale. Looking at Lucy's expression, of course, Lucy, yes. 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 Lucy suddenly fell silent. Both of their hands were held tightly together and their eyes met without any avoidance. Both of them remained silent, as if trying to read something from each other's eyes, causing the atmosphere to become oppressive. It was only after a long while that Lucy curled her lips. It doesn't look like I'm lying. Do you think I would say that? Up to you, I don't need anyone's approval. Noah slowly let go of Lucy's hand and turned around. However, I still have to thank you for helping me out of this predicament. Although there was no need for it. After saying that, Noah was about to walk out of the alley. However, Lucy was moved. She grabbed Noah's hand again and said, "Don't worry. Are you crazy? There are still people from the royal army outside." And then Noah glanced at Lucy. "Are we going to keep hiding here?" "Of course not. If we keep hiding here, the reinforcements from the royal army will find us sooner or later." Lucy crossed her arms and stared at Noah, a thought-provoking smile appearing on her face. "Anyway, I'm quite interested in you. So, do you want to join our guild? Your guild? Noah was startled. Could it be? That's right. Lucy suddenly smiled with an extremely confident expression. It's fairy tale. Just like Aslan, magic had once been a part of people's lives in Edras, playing an indispensable role in human civilization. It was only when the magic power of Edras gradually began to dry up and the kingdom banned ordinary people from possessing magic in order to monopolize the magic power of this world that everything began to change. However, how could magic, which had once been a part of civilization, not be used just like that? Therefore, in the dark of this world, many people were still smuggling magic and magic power for those who were unwilling to submit to the kingdom to use. Of course, since it was smuggling, it was something that could not be exposed. The long whip that seemed to be made of fluorescent light that Lucy held was actually Edras's magic. Since she held magic, it proved that Lucy had done many sneaky things in the dark. In view of this, even though the entire town was patrolled by the royal army, Lucy continued to lead Noah to and fro in the small alleys of the town. Unbeknownst to them, they had actually circled to the outskirts of the town. If this is the case, we are safe for the time being. Lucy clapped her hands, as if she was a big sister who was greeting her underlings, and hooked her finger at Noah leisurely. Come with me, I'll bring you to our guild. Of course, I also have some things to ask you. Saying this, Lucy did not seem to be worried that Noah would not follow her at all as she walked ahead, minding her own business. Seeing this, Noah shrugged his shoulders. He did not refuse and directly followed him. After all, Noah also had many things to ask Lucy. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. Lucy suddenly said. My name is Lucy. I think you've already guessed it. I'm the magic wizard of fairy tale. I know. Noah had indeed guessed that Lucy was the sorcerer of fairy tale in this world long ago, and answered without any surprise. You can just call me Noah. Noah, is it? Lucy glanced sideways at the guild crest on the back of Noah's hand. Then, it's about time you tell me where you came from, right? What? Noah said with a half-smile. Are you still doubting my words? Do you even need to say that? Lucy was speechless. I am the sorcerer of fairy tale, but I have never seen you in fairy tale. You actually said that you are the sorcerer of fairy tale. Do you think I will believe you? Is that so? Noah murmured. So I really don't exist in this world's fairy tale. Noah had already guessed this result. Although Edras was Aslan's parallel world, it didn't mean that there would be two people who looked exactly the same in two parallel worlds. Sometimes, in another parallel world, there would be people who did not exist in another parallel world. Naturally, it was also possible that there would not be people who existed in another parallel world. Therefore, in this world, it was not impossible that Noah did not exist. Of course, this was not what made Noah certain that he did not exist in this world. Although it wasn't directly stated, from Gaia and Alea's attitude and some clues in the unseen world, Noah knew that he wasn't a person of this world, including Aslan and Edras. In other words, in Aslan Terry, Noah was a character who should not have existed. In this way, in Edras, Noah would naturally not exist. Thinking of this, Noah sighed. It's a little troublesome to explain now, let's wait until we reach the guild. Lucy immediately looked at Noah suspiciously, but did not continue to ask. She brought Noah and plunged into a forest in the distance. It took them nearly 2 hours to walk this distance. It was not until 2 hours later that Noah saw it. In the corner of the forest, in front of him, a very strange building came into view. Chapter 1088. In front of Noah was a very peculiar building. The building itself seemed to be constructed by a kind of vine-like plant. Except for some parts, the rest of the building was green. However, even though it was such a peculiar building, the door was still an ordinary door. Next to the door, there was a signboard with the emblem of the Fairy Tale Guild as its design. In the middle of the building, there was a flag with the same fairy tale emblem as the emblem. As for the scale, it was not like Aslan's fairy tale building, which was like a castle. Instead, it was like an ordinary house with nothing out of the ordinary. Under such circumstances, Lucy directly stepped forward and boldly pushed the door open. "I'm back." With this shout, the eyes of the entire fairy tale were focused on her. Noah, who was standing behind Lucy, clearly saw it. The interior of the building also presented the scene of an ordinary bar. However, in the bar, there were many people. To Noah, each and every one of them was quite familiar in terms of appearance. These people are all sorcerers from Esrin's fairy tale, right? Just as Noah had such a thought in his mind, the following development made Noah dumbfounded. Too slow. Following this furious roar, a petite fist suddenly appeared in front of Lucy. Without any hesitation, it carried a considerable amount of strength as it directly blasted towards Lucy's face. "Paw!" In response, Lucy only raised one hand. With a clear sound, she suddenly caught the fist that was blasted towards her with her palm. The smile on her face gradually darkened as she glared in front of her. "What are you doing? Bastard!" The one who punched Lucy was a petite girl. In Noah's memory, her favorite thing to do was to hold a book and wear a pair of glasses on her face. She was like an outstanding intellectual, a girl who loved learning. At this moment, in Noah's memory, this girl who loved to pester Noah when he was free, asking Noah to teach her all kinds of languages and characters. She even treated Noah as a kindred spirit and would enthusiastically discuss some problems in books with Noah from time to time. With an unfriendly expression, she also glared angrily at Lucy. "Didn't I tell you that the matter of repairing the teleportation magic machine is very urgent? If we don't quickly gather the materials, when the fairy hunt comes, we won't be able to escape this time. That's why I told you to quickly buy the materials back. That's why." Lucy was so angry that the word, "well," was printed on her forehead. "Didn't I come back now? So?" Lily gritted her teeth as she shouted. "Didn't I say that it's too slow?" In this situation where neither of them was willing to give way to the other, Lucy and Lebby actually clasped their hands together and pressed their foreheads against each other as if they were trying to push each other down. Seeing Lucy and Lily like this, the people in the guild began to discuss as if they were used to it. Again. Naz, who was dressed like a racer, shrunk his neck and said timidly, "Big Sister Lucy and Big Sister Lily are so scary, quarreling again." Gray, who was wrapped in a down jacket and dressed like a snowball, was shivering as if he was afraid of the cold, couldn't stand it any longer and said, "Since you know that time is of the essence, then hurry up and repair the magic machine. Can you stop quarreling? Really?" Kana, who wore a hat on her head and looked like a virtuous young lady, cupped her cheek and spoke with a gentle tone. "But this is also a sign that Lucy and Lily have a good relationship, isn't it? Is that really the case?" Elfman, who had a hairstyle that made him look like an honest man, stole a glance at Lucy and Lebby who were wrestling. Then, like Naz, he shrunk his head. "Actually, I feel the same as Naz. I think that Lucy and Lily are really scary." After hearing the words of the cowardly Naz, the cold Gray, the gentle Kana, and the honest Elfman, a young girl in her 20s sighed. She had one hand on her waist as she combed her long, sky-blue hair that reached her waist. "It doesn't matter. Can any of you go and stop them?" Unfortunately, this sentence made everyone except Kana shiver down their spines. They shook their heads with all their might. Elfman's eyes even started to water up. He looked pitiful as if he was about to cry at any moment. It was obvious that Naz, Gray, and Elfman were extremely afraid of Lucy and Lily. The corner of Noah's eyes kept twitching as he witnessed this scene from outside the door of Fairy Tale. Ever since he saw Lucy, Noah felt that the personalities of his fairy tale companions in this world should be different from the ones he knew. But isn't this difference a little too thorough? That playful and cute Lily is so strong and fierce here. That Naz who was clamoring for a duel every day is so timid and cowardly here. That Gray who took off his clothes instinctively doesn't feel hot wearing so much here. That Kana who drank wine like drinking water is so virtuous and gentle here. This isn't just a little different, it's a complete reversal, isn't it? What made Noah even more confused was the following conversation between Kana and the mature girl with sky-blue waist-length hair. That's true, but aren't you going to stop them? Kana looked at the other party. Wendy. The girl who was called Wendy by Kana was definitely not young. The girl in her prime was distressed for a moment and could only nod helplessly. There's really no other way. Hearing this, Noah's mouth twitched. Wendy. She's Wendy. The Wendy who was always around him calling him brother. Fortunately, in the next second, a voice that was gentler and sweeter than Kana's finally shook Noah out of his confusion. That's enough, Lucy, Lebby, stop fighting. A girl with snow-white and beautiful waist-length hair wearing a princess dress came from the bar counter to Lucy and Lily. With gentle movements, she separated the two of them, with a sincere and gentle smile on her face. The most important thing now is to fix the teleportation magic machine. We don't know when the royal army will find us again, so I'm counting on you. It was believed that no matter how violent a person was, in front of such a gentle and beautiful person, they would not be able to get angry. Including Lucy and Lily. At that moment, Lucy and Lily could only reluctantly separate. Since Mira has already said so, that was Mira Jenny. She was a girl as gentle and beautiful as the Mira Jenny that Noah knew. Phew, finally seeing someone who could make him feel familiar and get rid of the extreme discomfort, Noah finally let out a sigh of relief. And this sigh of relief finally allowed the magic shooters in Fairy Tale to discover Noah's existence. You. Mira tilted her head and spoke in a seemingly innocent manner. Who are you? Myra's performance seemed innocent, but Noah was sharp enough to notice a trace of vigilance in her eyes. No. It was not just Mira. Apart from Lucy, including Lily, Kana, and Wendy, all the magic shooters in Fairy Tale had vigilant looks in their eyes. Naz and Elfman even hid behind the table with tears in their eyes, looking as though they were shivering. Noah really did not expect the people in Fairy Tale to behave like this and was stunned for a moment. To Noah, his companions in the guild were his closest family. Now, those familiar faces were showing such vigilance towards him, how could Noah not be stunned? In response, Lucy only snorted coldly and said such a sentence. Can't help it, who asked us to be the Dark Guild? Chapter 1089. In Edras, although the way magic was used and existed was different from that of Aslan, since magic existed, then there were also sorcerers who could use magic. And since there were sorcerers, then there was also the existence of the Magic Guide Guild. However, ever since the magic of Edras began to dry up and the kingdom began to monopolize magic, the Magic Guide Guild, which gathered sorcerers who could use magic, was out of luck. The kingdom strictly forbade anyone from privately possessing magic, and in order to monopolize magic, forced the disbandment of the Magic Guide Guild in the world in an attempt to make all sorcerers who could use magic disappear. In the beginning, this kind of tyrannical behavior naturally attracted the resistance of many Magic Guide Guild members. However, the kingdom was an existence that ruled this world. Moreover, it was an existence that could unreasonably monopolize magic and magic. The Magic Guide Guild that obediently disbanded was one thing, but the Magic Guide Guild members that intended to resist were annihilated one by one. Even their members could not escape this calamity. Some died, some were injured, and some were even publicly executed by the kingdom. Their fates were too horrible to bear. Now, the only remaining Magic Guide Guild that still existed was Fairy Tale. Of course, Fairy Tale, who resisted the kingdom, became a dark guild that could only live in the darkness. The kingdom's army also tried every possible means to annihilate us. In front of everyone present, Lucy explained to Noah without the slightest hesitation. Under these circumstances, we have to fight with our lives on the line, not to mention strange and suspicious people coming to find us. The reason Noah had attracted the attention of the kingdom's army in the town was because Fairy Tale was the only remaining Magic Guide Guild. Naturally, the sorcerers of Fairy Tale who disobeyed the kingdom's orders and continued to use magic became wanted by the kingdom one by one, causing Fairy Tale to become a dark guild. A dark guild? Noah couldn't help but have a complicated and bitter expression. Who would have thought that fairy tale would actually become a dark guild one day? Noah's complicated and bitter expression caused the sorcerers in fairy tale to have the same feelings, but they still looked at Noah with suspicion and vigilance. Hey, idiot Lucy, did you bring this person back? Levi said to Lucy, extremely displeased. You brought a stranger into our guild just like that, aren't you afraid that he'll report us to the kingdom's army? That's true, but this person seems a little interesting. Lucy didn't disagree with Levi on this matter, and pointed at the guild crest on the back of Noah's hand as she spoke meaningfully. Look, he has our guild's emblem on him, and he even claimed to be our guild sorcerer. But after I saved this fellow from the hands of the royal army, I realized that we didn't know him at all. Don't you think that's interesting? Interesting? Wendy was taken aback and asked with uncertainty. You brought him back because he's interesting. You could say that for now. Lucy stepped forward and came directly in front of the members of Fairy Tale. She then turned around and faced Noah, an unfathomable smile on her face. Undoubtedly, he's someone we don't know, but he claims to be a sorcerer from Fairy Tale. Undoubtedly, facts have proven that this person is a fake, but I have no choice but to believe his words, so I brought him back. In response to Lucy's words, the fairy tale sorcerers of Edras were baffled. However, there was one thing that everyone understood. Lucy had chosen to believe in Noah. Otherwise, Lucy definitely wouldn't have taken the risk of being discovered by Fairy Tale to bring Noah back. Understanding this, Noah looked at Lucy speechlessly. Under Noah's gaze, Lucy grinned. I've already done this much, so it's about time you say something that won't betray my trust in you, right? Hearing this, Noah could only smile bitterly. Unlike the world of Aslan Tri, the Lucy in the world of Edras was actually so decisive and independent. However, it was certain that no matter which world it was, Noah couldn't do anything about Fairy Tale. That was right. 15 minutes later, the entire interior of Fairy Tale was silent. All of the Fairy Tale sorcerers of Edras turned their gazes towards Noah, who was sitting in one of the seats. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, bewilderment, and more than anything else, suspicion. That is to say, you are not from this world, but the fairy tale from another world called Aslan, which is opposite to this world, right? Not to mention the others, even Lucy, who had chosen to believe in Noah, looked at Noah with suspicion and threw out such a sentence. Do you have any proof that what you just said is true? So it's really like this? Noah seemed to have expected this to happen. He sighed and held his forehead. Then, he finally threw caution to the wind. Mira over there. Mira didn't seem to have expected Noah to suddenly call out to her. She looked around blankly and pointed to herself. Are you calling me? That's right. Noah asked such a question that he already knew the answer to. You don't know me, right? Why yes. Mira replied in confusion. I really don't know you. Are you trying to say that you don't know Mira here, but you know Mira in the other world? So, you can reveal some of Mira's secrets to prove that you're from the other world? Levi looked at Noah with disdain. Undoubtedly, you just said that although the people in this world are similar to the people in the other world, their personalities and experiences are different. That's true. Noah shrugged. But, at least in my opinion, the Mira here should have the same physical characteristics as the Mira I know, right? Physical characteristics. Everyone was stunned. Seeing this, Noah silently apologized to Mira in his heart and then pointed his finger at her. You have a mole an inch below your belly button. Mira's face froze. There's more. Noah said firmly. You also have a mole on your butt. Mira's mouth opened slowly. Anne. Noah smiled wickedly. Your measurements are 86-57-84. Mira's delicate face immediately flushed red. Seeing that Noah was about to say something, the red-faced Mira rushed forward and covered Noah's mouth. Don't say any more. Seeing Mira's reaction, how could everyone not understand that Noah had hit the nail on the head? You. Lucy's mouth twitched. Why do you know so much about Myra's physical characteristics? At this moment, everyone present looked as if they were looking at a criminal suspect. The eyes of the female camp's companions turned cold, while the eyes of the male camp's companions turned into envy and jealousy. What are you thinking? Noah quickly asked. In the other world, Mira is my fiancée. That's why I know all this. Fi. Fiancé. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Even Mira looked at Noah in a daze. After a while, she spoke in surprise. In the other world, I'm your fiancé. Noah couldn't help but smile. It's the real deal. Perhaps Mira saw something in Noah's eyes and expression, but she fell silent. Noah heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two Miras had the same physical characteristics. If they were the same as Wendy, the difference would be huge.